Ya.
Mohon perkenan Bapak Cahyono dan Mr. Hill, beserta seluruh peserta yang hadir pada kegiatan Digital Government Capacity Building Training untuk memulai kegiatan hari ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas rahmat dan hidayahnya kita dapat berkumpul secara daring pada kegiatan ini, yang merupakan lanjutan dari kegiatan sebelumnya pada tanggal 31 Januari 2022. Perkenalkan, nama saya Mugi Rahimah, analis kebijakan pertama pada Asdep Perumusan Kebijakan dan Koordinasi Penerapan SPBE, selaku MC yang akan memandu jalannya kegiatan pada hari ini. Sebelum memulai kegiatan pada pagi hari ini, mari kita melafazkan basmalah dan berdoa agar kegiatan ini lancar hingga akhir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Baik, yang terhormat Bapak Cahyono Tribirowo STMTI selaku Asisten Deputi Perumusan Kebijakan dan Koordinasi Penerapan Sistem Pemerintahan Berbasis Elektronik Kementerian PAN-RB, yang kami hormati Mr. Hyo Jong Kim selaku Co-Director Indonesia Korea Digital Government Cooperation Center, Ibu Perwitasari selaku Analis Kebijakan Media atau Koordinator Kebijakan SPBE Kementerian PAN-RB, Bapak Ugi Cahyo Setiono selaku Analis Kebijakan Media, Koordinator Evaluasi SPBE Kementerian PAN-RB, para pemateri Digital Government Capacity Building Training, para perwakilan instansi penanggung jawab inisiatif strategis arsitektur SPBE nasional, serta semua peserta dari kementerian, lembaga, Pemda, dan perguruan tinggi yang hadir melalui Zoom dan YouTube. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi dan kerjasama semua pihak, sehingga dapat terselenggaranya kegiatan Digital Government Capacity Building Training tahun 2002 ini. Pembacaan tata tertib dan jadwal acara. Para peserta dapat menuliskan identitas dengan format nama, instansi, strip, nama peserta. Kemudian, para peserta diharapkan tidak mengaktifkan mikrofon atau audio mute selama penjelasan materi. Para peserta dapat menuliskan pertanyaan pada fitur chat yang akan dibacakan pada sesi diskusi. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebelum memulai materi, mari kita dengarkan arahan dari Bapak Cahyono Tribirowo STMTI selaku Asisten Deputi Perumusan Kebijakan dan Koordinasi Penerapan Sistem Pemerintahan Berbasis Elektronik untuk menyampaikan arahannya terkait kegiatan Digital Government Capacity Building Training ini. Kepada Bapak Cahyono, kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih Mbak Mugi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Good morning, Mr. Hyo and Dgcc team. I hope you can be well today. Pagi ini dan mungkin 2 hari ke depan kita akan membahas mengenai penjelasan dari tim Dgcc mengenai pembangunan dari SPBE, dan kami harapkan dari Bapak Ibu semuanya bisa mengikuti baik itu di hari pertama maupun hari kedua mengenai penjelasan yang diberikan oleh Dgcc. Sebagai informasi bahwa apa yang kita kerjakan kali ini inilah bagian dari kerjasama antara Indonesia dan Korea, dan di dalamnya akan memastikan bahwa penerapan yang akan kita lakukan terutama untuk digital pemerintah di Indonesia ini sudah memiliki pengetahuan yang luas, tidak hanya itu di Indonesia tapi juga pengalaman yang di-share ya dari tim dari Korea. Mudah-mudahan acara kali ini bisa mendapatkan pengetahuan dan pencerahan dari Bapak Ibu semuanya atas apa yang akan kami kerjakan selanjutnya bagian dari tim koordinasi SPBE nasional. Mungkin itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Cahyono Tribirowo STMTI atas arahan yang telah diberikan. Ya, selanjutnya kita akan foto bersama. Mohon Bapak Ibu dapat menghidupkan kamera dan menggunakan background Zoom yang telah disediakan. Ya. Sudah. Ya. Oke, baik, mungkin kita akan ambil foto bersama. Mohon bersiap, kurang lebih ada 7 layar yang ada saat ini. Jadi nanti akan satu persatu kita. Baik, untuk layar pertama, mohon izin Bapak Ibu. 1, 2, 3. Layar kedua. 1, 2, 3. Layar ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Layar keempat. 1, 2, 3. Layar kelima. 1, 2, 3. Layar ke-6. 1, 2, 3. Layar terakhir. 1, 2, 3. Ya, terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas kesempatannya telah menghidupkan kamera, seperti itu. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya marilah kita dengarkan pemaparan dari Bapak Hyo Jong Kim, selaku Co-Director Indonesia Korea Digital Government Cooperation Center terkait Introduction of Dgcc Activities, including NIA's Global Business Introduction. Kepada Mr. Hyo Jong Kim, kami persilahkan.
Thank you, Ms. Mugi. Let me share the files first. Can you see the files?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. Selamat pagi. Yeah, my name is Hyo Jung Kim, and just call me Mr. Hyo. I am a co-director of Indonesia Korea Digital Government Cooperation Center, and thank you so much for attending today's capacity building program. In this session, I would like to introduce National Information Society Agency, shortly NIA, which I belong to, and in charge of the operation of Dgcc, and the global cooperation project of NIA, especially Dgcc project. I hope you have a better understanding regarding the global cooperation project, including Dgcc, provided by NIA after the presentation. Yeah, the contents of my presentation are the following. The first of all, I will briefly introduce NIA, and secondly, to explain what kinds of global cooperation project NIA is doing. And finally, I am going to tell you about Dgcc project. Yeah, this page shows the ICT governance of Korea. The Korean government has two ministries mainly leading the ICT governance in Korea. The one is Ministry of Interior and Safety, and this ministry is in charge of national digital government and public data utilization. MOIS is also in charge of government integrated data center. And the other is Ministry of Science and ICT, in charge of national informatization policies and implementation, such as 5G, big data, AI, cloud, and digital inclusion. Of course, there are other ministries are establishing, implementing ICT project related to their own domain in cooperation with these two ministries. And the National Information Society Agency is a specialized agency in the field of ICT and the first ICT specialized agency in Korea. NIA has contributed for informatization in Korea, mainly in the field of broadband and e-government for about 30 years since its foundation in 1987. As of 2022, annual budget for NIA is $1.5 billion and have more than 700 employees. And the next. Yeah. NIA has its vision of becoming the world-class ICT specialized agency with its mission of resolving national and social issues based on data, network, AI technology, which is called DNA strategy. So recently, NIA has been focusing on formulating policies and implementing projects related to data, network, AI, and digital inclusion to respond to the era of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the organization structure of NIA. As you can see, we have total of 9 departments. So first of all, Office of Planning and Management is in charge of administration, human resources, financial management, and so on. And then we have Department of ICT Policy in charge of strategic planning and establishment of the National ICT Master Plan. But also, they are responsible for evaluation and performance measurement of national informatization project. And we have the Department of ICT Infrastructure and Platform. They support the mechanics of the intelligence information technology and studying the frontier ICT infrastructure like 5G and cloud computing. And Department of Data is in charge of establishing big data policy and platform with AI technology. Also supporting ministry to stimulate digital economy using the big data technology. And we have Department of Open Data. This department supports for sustainable government innovation based on public data. This team operates the public data platform and develop the regulation or standard of providing, utilizing the public data. And Department of Digital Government. This department is responsible for the development of digital government master plan, regulation, and so on. They are also in charge of managing national digital government project and responsible for managing digital government enterprise architecture. And here is Department of Digital Inclusion. It explains its main role by the name. They're in charge of digital inclusion and prevent over-dependence on internet and mobile phone and provide digital service to reach the left behind. And we have digital Department of ICT Convergence, developing and promoting various ICT services to support startup companies and bring social innovation in the public service in various fields of health, education, land, transportation, and so on. Last but not least, the Department of Global ICT Cooperation. We are in charge of ICT Consulting Project, Digital Government Cooperation Center, ICT Training Program for government officials from partner countries, and so on. Yeah, from now on, let me explain more about NIA's Global ICT Cooperation. First of all, ICT Cooperation Center. The center facilitates bilateral cooperation between Korea and partner countries through joint R&D project in the field of 5G, AI, and IoT. However, unlike the Dgcc project, they don't dispatch NIA staff to the center, just regularly share the progress of project and dispatch the expert group to consult in a short period. And second, also we implement joint technical assistance on ICT project with the various international organizations. And here we conduct Information Access Center project. This project is building multifunctional ICT facility to bring people into information society. We provide information access infrastructure in partner countries, resolving the digital divide between countries by informatization content and capacity building program for partner countries. NIA has built 60 centers in a total of 48 countries. Currently, 49 centers in 41 countries are in operation. We had 2 IACs in Indonesia, actually. The first one was established at POS Indonesia in Jakarta, which ended its operation. And second one is being operated at Institute of Informatics and Business Dharma Jaya in Bandar Lampung. And we also operate ICT learning program, which is invitation training program for government officials. in partner countries to share the ICT trends and knowledge. There are 3 types of capacity building program. We invite government officials to Korea and provide a training program and hold forums and seminars in Korea. Second type of the program is to hold ICT cooperation seminars in partner countries. Sometimes we also provide training program in cooperation with international organizations. Since 1998, more than 4,700 participants from about 130 countries have taken part in the program. And we dispatch World Friends Korea ICT volunteers to partner countries to support and increase the quality of life by building ICT capacity. They are mainly university students and provide ICT training courses and ICT-related volunteer activities, utilizing their ICT knowledge and skills to partner countries' organizations. In addition, ICT volunteers participate in ICT projects such as developing a website or applications in cooperation with the students and faculties of various organizations, universities, and schools. Since 2022, we have dispatched more than 8,000 volunteers to partner countries, and about 380,000 people were trained through this program. And here we also operate Nia Global Academy. This academy was established in 2014 to provide professional education courses for sharing with the world the experiences Korea earned by implementing ICT and digital government policies. The Nia Global Academy plans and operates professional education courses for government officials and professionals in Korea and abroad to strengthen the policy capabilities of the ICT and digital government sectors. From 2014 to 2017, more than 1,000 people from 95 countries have completed the courses. And the next, let me introduce Dgcc and explain what is this Dgcc in more detail. Dgcc is a platform established in partner countries to promote the development of digital government. Leading organization from Korean side is Ministry of Interior and Safety, and from partner country side, it should be the ministry in charge of digital government. So MEMPAN became the leading organizations. And there are specialized organizations in charge of operating Dgcc. From Korean side, National Information Society Agency takes its role, and normally ministry or agency in charge of digital government becomes specialized organization for partner country. We set up the Dgcc office within the relevant ministry and agency of the partner country, and operation period is 3 years, but it can be extended with the request of a partner country. For the financial support, we take a joint contribution form. The Korean government support $1 million for 3 years of Dgcc joint cooperation project, and partner country government support for matters related to Dgcc operation, such as office space and operational cost. Here you can see the major functions of the Dgcc. First of all, the main functions of the Dgcc is to implement joint cooperation project, providing technical and consulting support related to digital government. We usually execute 2 or 3 projects once a year under the agreement between the 2 countries. In order for joint cooperation project, NIA select relevant and qualified Korean consulting companies through the procurement process. And secondly, Dgcc provides capacity building program. Normally, we invite government officials from partner countries to Korea and provide not only training classes, but also study tour to famous ICT facilities in Korea. And we also can hold a cooperation seminar to share ideas, policies, and projects for the development of digital government. And third, policy consultation and advice. We provide policy consultation on the building of digital government. It can be done as one of the joint cooperation projects or additional activities upon request. First, Dgcc plays a role as exchange hub or the bridge on digital government between the partner country and Korea. There are any ICT related field that you would like to cooperate with Korean government, just contact Dgcc. We will do our best for the development of digital government in Indonesia. And here is the structure of the Dgcc. For Indonesia Korea Dgcc, the Ministry of Interior and Safety is leading organization, and NIA is a specialized organization from Korean side. And for Indonesian side, Menpan is leading and specialized organization at the same time. And there is a Dgcc or cooperation committee consists of high-level officials from both countries to decide major issues. This page is about roles in Dgcc operation. There is cooperation committee composed of high-level officials from both sides. Through this committee, we select cooperation areas subject to priority and establish fundamental principle of cooperation. And also confirm and approve yearly Dgcc joint cooperation project and deliberate and resolve major issues concerning the Dgcc operation. And MOIS Korea and leading organization from partner country lead policy work for Dgcc implementation. MOIS secure the budget for Dgcc establishment and operation and discuss and sign on MOU with the leading organization of the partner country. NIA provide support for establishing and operating the Dgcc and find and implement joint cooperation project, including capacity building program. Let's look at the operation procedure of the Dgcc. First of all, MOIS and NIA select a country in which to establish the Dgcc from candidate countries. And MOIS and Ministry of the partner country sign an MOU to decide the scope, area, and contents of Dgcc. And then jointly organize the committee to deliberate and resolve issues concerning the Dgcc operation and the cooperation project. After that, establish Dgcc in the location designated by partner country and dispatch co-director of Dgcc in charge of the operation and carry out cooperation project. Now we are currently operating 7 Dgccs, including Indonesia. As you can see the PPT, there are countries like Indonesia, Uzbekistan, and Peru, where Dgcc has established 2 times. Normally, this is a case where a country requested the reopening of the Dgcc due to the good performance of first Dgcc operation. If you see partner organizations in the table, government agencies in charge of digital government can be broadly divided into 3 types. The first is that the ICT ministry is in charge of digital government, as well as in Uzbekistan, Kenya, Cambodia, and Paraguay. And the second is a case in which digital government ministry exists separately. such as in Korea and Indonesia. The third is a form of having a separate digital government organization in the office of President or Prime Minister, such as in Peru, Serbia, and Tunisia. And here you can find what kinds of joint cooperation projects were implemented in each Dgcc in 2021. In most Dgccs, 2 or 3 projects are selected, excluding the Digital Government Capacity Building Program. For Indonesia, Korea Dgcc, we selected four projects, which are Digital Government Roadmap and Strategies for Integrated Government Administration and Public Service Portal, and National EA Utilization and Capacity Building Program. So Indonesia Korea Dgcc team will finish 2021 joint cooperation project by the end of February and plan to hold final report and digital government cooperation seminar on February 25th. Yeah, that's it for my presentation today. As I mentioned before, Dgcc is a hub or the bridge for the cooperation between Indonesia and Korea. So if we have any issues needed to cooperate for the development of digital government, I am more than happy to assist you. So here is my email address, so feel free to let me know. Thank you. Any comment or questions regarding my presentation?
I think it's enough, Mr. Hyo. Okay, thank you so much. Oke, terima kasih Mr. Hyo Jung Kim atas paparan yang telah diberikan. Ya, Bapak Ibu, jadi menarik sekali ya pemaparan yang disampaikan oleh Mr. Hyo ini. Jadi dari paparan ini kita bisa jadi mengetahui nih perbedaan antara kelembagaan di Korea dan Indonesia itu seperti apa. Kalau di Korea itu ada satu kementerian gitu yang mengurusi terkait kebijakan dari e-government atau sekarang dikenal dengan digital government begitu ya. Dan ada juga satu lembaga gitu yang mengurusi teknis gitu dari pelaksanaan kebijakan tersebut begitu. Tapi ini berbeda dengan Indonesia. Kalau di Indonesia itu dia ada 7 kementerian lembaga begitu ya yang mengurusi terkait e-government atau SPBE ini sendiri. Lalu juga kita kalau kita perhatikan lagi secara seksama ya Bapak Ibu, ada perubahan nih dari electronic government dulunya gitu kan, Korea menggunakan electronic government gitu. Kita juga dulu menggunakan istilah Dgcc, Electronic Government Cooperation Center gitu yang kami kerjasama waktu itu tahun 2016 sampai 2019. Lalu sekarang berubah menjadi Digital Government Cooperation Center. Jadi dari elektronik berubah menjadi digital ya. Itu kira-kira seperti apa? Nah, mari kita simak kegiatan ini baik hingga sore hari ini maupun hingga esok hari begitu Bapak Ibu. Baiklah Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, berikutnya kita akan mendengarkan paparan mengenai 2 materi, yaitu Strategies and Current Status of Database Administrative Digitalization dan Case Study Example of Database Administrative Activation yang akan dimoderasi oleh Mr. Kim Seung Hyun dari NIA. Kepada Mr. Kim Seung Hyun, kami persilahkan.
Hello. Is it my turn right now? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I'm gonna share my screen right now. Oh, where is my? Just trying to. I'm trying to share my presentation file, but apparently it says I can't share my screen right now. I guess someone else is sharing their screen. Can you turn over the control to me?
Sudah dijadikan host, jadi bisa share screen.
No, you can try again maybe. for share screen. He
Okay.
has been the co-host.
Weird. Okay.
Can you?
I'm trying right now. So let's see. How do I share my presentation file? Oh, okay. Slideshow. Oops. I'm just trying to find my email. Okay. My screen right now, right? Everybody have a visual of my screen?
Yes, we can see
Okay,
it.
great. Okay, selamat pagi. Hello, hi, my name is James Sunghyun Kim. I'm part of National Information Society Agency. I'm a senior manager at the Department of Open Data Center, database policy team. So this is my email. If you have any questions after this program, you can feel free to email me with any questions regarding the presentation. So first session, we're going to start with the status of data-driven government and database policy of Korea. Let's see, let's jump to the next. Okay, so I think Director Hyojun Kim has explained thoroughly about the Dgcc and NIA's role in the global cooperation. In terms of the for our national project, our role is to develop our society into a data-driven society. So we try to focus on three features, which are data network, and artificial intelligence, and additionally digital inclusion. So, oops, sorry, it's quite sensitive with this control here. So before I get to the actual practice of the big data analytics, I want to point out that, oops, oh, what's wrong? Okay. So as I said, data network and artificial intelligence and the digital inclusion, we believe that these form as the most important factors for the data-driven society. Our organization first initiated under the purpose of computerization of the paper-based administration system, and now we have expanded our expertise, starting from spreading the high-speed network infrastructure to data analysis and artificial intelligence. So today my job is to stretch our accomplishment in the field of public big data and database administration system. So as I said before, our organization first started to computerize the paper-based administration system, and now our major goal is to make the transition into data-based administration system. So as you well know, data is a primary resource. it's been informed that data processing, refining of the source data is very critical in today's society. So the data or the information is the new oil in the 21st century, as stated from the Gartner survey. I think it was the senior vice president of Gartner's operation committee, Mr. Peter Sondergaard. He said the information is the oil of the 21st century back in 2011. And there has been a metaphoric comparison of rice or flour in the case of the States in America in the early revolution to data in modern day revolution. So the importance of data is like the importance of our inferior goods like rice and flours. So it's also stated that the new capital data is the new capital in the fourth industrial revolution. So the whole the sensation of the rise of the data capital is emphasized, and we are continuously discovering the importance of the data. So why is open government data so important? It's related to reliability, frequency, and volume. So the government data has a large number of volume of data, which are very valuable and which can be well used for different analysis. And the reliability for the demand for such data for citizen and the public is very high. And the data comes from the government, so produced by the government, so we can say the data is very reliable. So if you see this, there's a legal and regulatory environment, which I think is the most important background or the basis of this whole data-based policy or data-based administration. So we first started with the Information Disclosure Act back in 1996. The act was to disclose or open the information to the public to ensure the people's rights to know, to secure people's participation in governance and government transparency. So in this stage, in the early stage, back in 1996, when a citizen wanted some type of certain information, it was released based on demand or per request, which often becomes a complicated administration process. So there has to go, the citizen or an individual has to go certain process or an appeal to attain the public information that they want. So the government has developed this our initial act or the legal framework to make it into an Open Data Act back in 2013. The primary information of this Open Data Act is release and reuse. So every public institution shall endeavor to enable anyone to readily use government data, and it does not prohibit or restrict its commercial use. So every government bodies and public organizations are obligated to provide government data, enabling anyone to use readily use public data with exceptions such as personal information, national security, any information related to business or related to confidentiality. Sorry, any information with regarding to intellectual properties and etc. The major difference is that open big data is a ready-to-go system rather than on-demand system. So the Information Disclosure Act, as I said before, it was providing information based on demand. But Open Data Act, it's we have certain data on the data portal to make every individual to have an access to the information whenever they want. Okay, and here we have developed even further in 2020 to enable data-based policy making. It's an act for promoting data-based public administration. So this act is to promote the utilization of public big data in government bodies and encourage data-based decision-making for policymakers. So this act here for promoting data-based public administration is the key basis. It's the soil for our data-based administration, and based on this act, we have taken different big data analysis, and we are currently building infrastructure that becomes the core of data-based administration. So, jump to the next slide. Act for promoting data-based public administration. If you go to law.go.kr, if you go to the top right corner, I think there is an English version of the website. You can check the English version of the website. It's the Korean Law Information Center. On this website, if you there's a search box in the middle of the website, and if you type in data-based administration, you can check the English version of the law of the Act on the Promotion of Data-based Administration. You can see the details of each act and the details of the law for this act. So I think it could be a good benchmark for your country as well. If you are interested, you can see what kind of features are in the act. So the purpose of the act is to prescribe matters necessary for promoting data-based administration, so as to increase the accountability, responsiveness, and reliability of public institutions, and to improve citizens' quality of life through objective and scientific administration. I've just brought some of the samples, which I think it's really important. The Article 5 of the Act on the Promotion of Data-based Administration, there is an information that a data-based administration promotion committee, this committee should be established under the jurisdiction of the Minister of the Interior and Safety. So this database administration promotion committee will act as a mediator, arbitrator for our legal basis of data-based administration. And also in Article 16, there is an information about building data management system. This article describes the necessary infrastructure, data infrastructure for enabling the data-based administration. So this whole act consists of general provision, implementation system. It also gives information about data registration and provision procedures. So it also gives some of the regulations on how to request information between each government bodies. So it kind of gives the direction of intergovernment data request, and it gives you, based on the law, based on this act, when you request an information that can be open to public, the institution has to process the data and provide the data to the requested individual within 60 days of the official request. But this is not for individuals. Actually, it's for intergovernment bodies. So if our agency NIA requests an information to say Ministry of Health for certain information that can be provided, once we give out the official request, if there's no problem with the information or the data, such as like something to do with privacy or confidentiality, they have to provide data within 60 days of the receival of the official request. So it kind of gives the legal basis for how to request data and how to provide data between government bodies. So this kind of makes government to easily provide data to different government bodies, which often becomes a huge problem because there's always a lack of collaboration between the government bodies in terms of sharing the data, so that the act promotes this sharing of the public data between the two government. But if you look at if you go to the website, you will be able to see every details of this promotion of database administration. So as I said, there's a governance framework. This Open Data Strategy Council. There's Ministry of the Interior and Safety. There's our agency. There's Open Data Mediation Committee. All these bodies have their roles and responsibility. For example, the Open Data Strategy Council, deliberating body under the Prime Minister and co-chaired by private representatives. So it includes each ministers and also private representatives, and they give out the strategy for how to open data and how to provide the open data to the public. We also have the Ministry of Interior Safety. It's the lead ministry. We have agency that support policy making and some technical issues, which is our agency. And for open data, there's an Open Data Mediation Committee, which mediates the dispute for release of the open government data refused or suspended by public institutions. I think in the afternoon, my colleague, Ms. Lim, will deliberate this information in more detail regarding how to mediate the disputes and how to provide data that's been first refused by the government, and all these details you'll be able to attain in the afternoon. I'm going to jump on to the Database Administration Promotion Committee. This is the committee that's been stated in the Act for Promoting Database Administration. So the Database Administration Promotion Committee first initiated back in 2021, February 19. We had our first meeting of the Promotion Committee to enable and govern how to promote the data-based administration. So public big data, the concept of big data is the variety of data formats, the high velocity in data production, and the large volume of crucial data related to technology and manpower, and the increasing significance in its value in analytics. So we've defined them as 4V. As you well know, the importance of big data has been emphasized not only by private sector, but also public sector. So the collaboration of the public and private sector, it strengthens the competitiveness. And this is the definition of public big data. With the public big data, our government established data-oriented, data-based public policies and develop efficient and practical public services. So with this public data, for open data, they collaborate with private sectors. But for us, with this public big data, we transform this public big data into a shared big data between intergovernment bodies, so that we can use the big data for data-based public analysis, and we can solve issues for the public bodies to solve problems in the healthcare, in public healthcare, or in tax, in wildfire, and so on. Okay, so the role of the Public Big Data Committee is the objective is to coordinate the efficient plan for public big data by sharing the current situation, best practices among the involved agencies. The organization is composed of director level public officials of the major involved agency. So 23 government agencies, including the Ministry of Interior and Safety, and so on. These are all abbreviation of the each agencies in the government agencies in Korea. And they have like a regular meeting one time per quarter, and joint seminar one time a year annually. And the role is to share and coordinate the work for public big data, share the details of status among different departments, and discuss the plans to activate public big data. The whole the objectives and the meetings and the role are quite similar for the Database Administration Promotion Committee as well. I'm just showing you some of the framework for each council and committee, and the case is quite similar. But for the Big Data Administration, Database Administration Committee, they're still it's in the stage of initiation, so there's still a lot of discussion that's going on, and we're still figuring out how to carry out the committee to promote the database administration. So while the Ministry of Interior and Safety established policies such as basic plan for big data in the public sector, the government agencies and local governments, they support the shared use of common platform system, which is the infrastructure, and promote big data analysis task by each organization, and build a big data analysis platform. So currently I'm gonna show you more details of the platforms, the shared data platforms that we have for database administration. But right now we are creating a huge platform for database administration, which has 3 different stages of gathering data, processing the data, and analyzing data. So this is the progress of public big data projects. So from 2013 to 15, we established a platform and expanded pilot projects. So we have established an open data portal, and we initiated pilot project for data analysis. We also expanded this pilot project in 6 subject of analysis, and we also performed 4 different subject of analysis in 2015. So the Korean government has introduced the big data platform for big data analytics since 2013. New data analytical project has been explored and promoted since 2015 and onwards. And from 2016 to 2017 and to 2021, numbers of analysis have been taken every year with different topics. The topics of analytics are sometimes chosen by the public experts or on demand by public administrations wanting to solve the current ongoing issue, such as traffic or surveillance, the safety and healthcare. So this is the stage of the implementation of new analysis tasks and the establishment of the standard analysis models. I'm gonna elaborate more on the standard analysis models in the second session of this program, which I give you some of the best practices of the standard analysis models. So to carry out the new analysis task for very critical big data, we make effort to promote education and publicity and competition with the use of the big data. And here we have 3 standard analytics model in 2021 in the field of public infrastructure and agriculture and environment. Up to 2021, we currently have about 44 different analytical models, which are focused on different field of issues that are tightly related to the life of the citizens. So we also conduct a practical training of data analytics for the public administrators or public servants since 2016 to foster public big data professionals and promote database decision making. When we first tried to transform into the database administration, we had an issue of having a very low number of public servants that have enough capacity to conduct a big data analytics in an expert level. So we have conducted we have created a program for a practical training of the data analytics so that we could foster more big data professionals in the public sector as well, so that they can have database policy making on their own with their own data and information. So these are key initiatives for open government data, but I'm not gonna dig deep into the information here because my colleague Ms. Lim in the afternoon session, she will be give you a lot more detail on how the system is constructed, and I'm just gonna give you just a brief information on the system. We have the supplier here for central government, local government, public institutions, and other institutions. And we have the open data portal. It has all the file data for and API information of the open data, which has been uploaded in the portal so that it could be downloaded or provided to the users, which are citizen, developer, which can be a private company, and academia, and so on. So these are the features we have, like the management, national data map, the standard of the data, and so on. If you go to data.go.kr, there's also an English website for this open data portal. If you go to the website, you'll be able to see what kind of data are provided online to the public. It's sometimes the data on the open data portal are also used for big data analysis for the public institutions. So if you go to the website, you'll be able to see what kind of data are stored in the government bodies and up to which level of data can be provided to the public. This is an open data map. Open data map in the portal. It's one of the major function of the portal, which I don't have the English version here, but it shows the ownership and location and directories of the data sets that each institutions have in an infographics form. So it gives you, if there's a keyword, say tourism, and it shows what kind of information, each bit of different informations are located by which institutions. And when you check the directories of this data map, you'll be able to able to find out where to request that certain data. These are the open government data use cases, but I won't explain further because it will be provided to you later in the afternoon. Here, this is a sample screenshot to capture of the open data portal. So as I said, if you check the English website, there's different sectors such as like coronavirus 19. If you punch in the keyword, you'll see different data that's been uploaded in the portal, which are provided. You may find out the number of different informations on COVID-19, such as the location of the screening clinics, the current status of the medical examinations, and the screening clinics, medical examinations, and so all these are the public welfare support data that are open to public, and it's also open to you as well. So please check out the data.go.kr. If you go there, you'll see certain public data. So why database policy? We throw in some of the questions, the critical questions, to think about why we need a database policy. For example, how many child care center facilities are in the apartment complex? For Korea, we have many different apartment complex that has more than that stores more than thousands of households, and it's a big residential area, a residential complex, and it's always an issue to find out how many childcare center facilities are efficient to have in each residential complex, so that we can possibly cover the large number of child in each household. And before we have tried to promote the database policy, all we did is to find out based on our experience, based on our perceptions on the finding out what's the efficient number for child care center facilities. But now, if we use the database policy making, we can check out the actual data of the statistical data of child in each household, and the population data, and the geographic information data, to find out which location and how many number of child can be is the most efficient number for each child care centers to facilitate. And there's also a big question of how to establish the best route for street crime patrol of the police cars. And also there's a question of how to allocate the installation of closed circuit surveillance cameras for an efficient surveillance. All these questions are directly related to the convenient life of the citizens. And before the database administration, all these questions are answered by each public servants that are in charge of this topics, and they mostly make decisions based on their own experience and on previous examples or history of the policies. But now with the database policy, we can find out what's the most efficient decision, and we can provide an evidence of making such decision for data administration. So the government right now is trying to increase the number of open data on citizens' demands, open public data, so that we can also utilize the data to carry out different public big data analysis project. But all these data has to accept personal privacy and national security. So we also have, when gathering large number of public data, there's always an issue of privacy and the confidentiality issue, and how to anonymize some of the information that are very personal. And this is always an issue when storing the data and when carrying out the data analysis. So we also have the open data law, which gives you some directions on how to anonymize certain data that are very that are related to privacy and national security. So either the institution that's providing the data can have their own staff or their own labor to anonymize the data that are sensitive, or there are certain agencies in Korea, public agencies in Korea, who are officially designated to carry out the anonymization of the data. So we can use those certain public institutions to carry out the censoring of very sensitive data. So we're trying to expand this open data into new industries, such as artificial intelligence and healthcare, in the field of IoT and so on, just to give you a broad picture of our government. We also try to improve open data quality. The quality management is also important for the database administration, because as we are gathering large volume of data, sometimes the data are not, they do not meet the quality that we want. Some of the data are very, they're not, they don't have enough rows and columns that it cannot be possibly used for data analysis. Sometimes we have data that's missing as well. So it's really important for us to do quality management, and we're trying to have a different task force or different team, different government body to designate them to do a data quality management, so that the when we store the public data, we make sure that the data meets our standard, and that's also very important for database administration. So this is a National Open Intelligent Data Platform. It's a system that shares data and support analysis for policy making by ensuring data interoperability by central, local government, and other public institutions. The suppliers are central government, local government, and public institutions. And we have the National Open Intelligent Data Platform. It collects the metadata, stores source data, and as I said, the Open Data Portal or the National Data Map will show the location of each public data, and with this location search, we'll be able to extract the source data from each government bodies, and we can conduct analysis, which leads to decision making based on the analysis. I will show you more details of the system here. So this is the 2B model of the National Intelligent Data Platform. So there's metadata and source data from central government, municipal government, public institutions. So with the collaboration, there's an interconnected system which we extract the data from each government bodies, and we manage metadata through the data map, and we also have the shared data management system. So if you look at this whole platform, there's metadata system as one body, shared data management system is another body, and then data analytics center. So the whole platform is divided to 3 different parts. We already have the metadata system of the government information. We have established the shared data management system. We have initiated the project in 2019, and 2020. In 2021, we have started a second level for constructing the shared data management system, and we are expecting to have a complete system by March this year, 2022. So after March, we will have a complete system of the shared data management system, which have the metadata of the shared data, repository. We have the system for processing the shared data, and also the process data management system. So when we say shared data, it means that it's a data that's been that are not open to public, which are not really in the open data portal, but it's data that's very valuable that it should be shared. It can be shared by government bodies, and these data can be used for big data analysis. And when we try to attain these data, we can use this shared data management system to search and attain the data we want for the analysis. So the difference is that the open data portal is just a huge storage of public data that are sometimes not really organized in a manner that can be used directly for big data analysis, whereas the shared data management system is a system for public sector only, that are accessible only by public sector, that stores metadata and source data of valuable public data that can be directly used or instantly used for big data analysis. So you can, the way you should understand the system is that the shared data management system has more of a processed, organized data in each different topics of the public information, and these data are much more valuable to the public bodies than what's on the open data portal. So starting this year, we have initiated the construction of the Data Analytics Center. It has the Data Analysis Archive, which enables the data analysis history search. We have the data set market, the data analysis models, and other services that are available in the Analytics Center. So it kind of gives you the data catalog of processed data that could be instantly used for big data analysis. And then here, there's two different types of modes we have in the center, the functions, which are basic analysis and advanced analysis. Basic analysis are, how can I say, the analysis services such as word cloud. If you punch some of the words in Google, it has the crawling function to gather data in the search engines to show you what kind of keywords are shown in each social network services and so on. So it's like a very basic level of analysis, whereas the advanced analysis are it's a cloud-based system, which kind of gives you the whole package of data analysis, such as like the open source programs like Python, QGIS, the Geographic Information System, and it also gives you some of the DB softwares like the Panda DBs and Anacondas and R, such tools, and also the sample data that are necessary for the analysis. So if the advanced analysis will provide more of analysis that has a detailed scope on how to solve public issues, the current issues that each public bodies have, such as coronavirus, or say there's a huge traffic in certain municipality and we have to solve this issue, and with the data of the traffic information, the data gathered from surveillance cameras or traffic cameras, and also use population data to have this process data to go through an analysis and find out how to solve the traffic issue with I don't know, with the control of the traffic lights and I don't know, the patrol services and so on. So these National Intelligent Data Platform is only available for all government and government bodies and institutions, and they can use the basic analysis services and advanced analysis services. And these results of the data analysis will be shared with other big data platforms of the public bodies, such as medical platforms, text platforms, and statistical platforms. So this is the stage of creating the data, provision of the data here, and we store and manage the data in the management system. And the data analytics center will carry out different big data analysis in different field of social problems. This is a scrap that I brought from the recent article, South Korea to build National Bio Big Data Library by 2028. So the Korean government is investing a lot of money for a long term to collect health-related big data platform by patients and disease, and it's establishing a national digital library on health data by 2028. This is just one small example. The government is investing a lot of funding to create data platform in each different sectors of the government bodies, like healthcare, tax. For us, it's something to the topics related to public welfare and the natural environment and so on. So right now, the government is focusing on establishing a platform, a big data platform for each bodies, so that later we can share data between the government bodies and conduct the big data analysis whenever we want. Okay, enacting the promotion of the database administration. There's the registration of data and publication of the data. There is the management of the integrated data, and there's a analysis of the big data. So it kind of gives you the overview of what I have just explained in the earlier slides. Gathering the data, managing the data, and analyzing the data to carry out projects to solve social issues is the key factors and bodies of the data-based administration, as well as a legal framework that gives you that support the whole administration as a core power source. I will give you more cases of big data analysis in the second session of this presentation. But for now, I have given you some basics of the introduction of how we have decided to promote the database administration and what are the key factors that consist of data-based administration. So these are just a few questions, or the report I have read from the government institutions in Korea was based on a research, and it kind of gave out the key barriers of the database policy in Indonesia. I'm not too sure if this report is 100% correct, but the report showed that there are certain barriers in the case of Indonesia for database policy making. It was the format and methodology that are not standard, the format of the data. The second barrier was the data processing and retrieval is that is related to data synchronization is not clear. And third barrier is that the data is often difficult to obtain, as some data are still stored individually and some data have not been integrated in each government bodies. And there was also a barrier that said the government is hindered by data unavailability, which sometimes required the government to spend funds on sign an MOU or CAA between the collaboration arrangement between government agencies and bodies to obtain it. So I think I have given some answers in these key barriers that Indonesian government have. Maybe the format of the methodology for the data, the standardization of these data formats can be solved through the establishment of the data management system, which this data management system will standardize all the data that's been gathered, and the data synchronization is also can be conducted by the data management system. The third barrier, which is the data that are sometimes often difficult to obtain, this can be solved through the legal framework, which will give out how to request information that are hard to obtain, and that it gives you some basic terms on say, for example, in Korea, the institution, when they get the official request, they have to provide the information within 60 days of the official request. And these are certain regulations that kind of gives the power for the institution who have requested the data to obtain the data they want. And so I think the legal framework is really important for this case, of obtaining data that they want. And it's also, the fourth barrier is also can be solved by a legal framework, I think. Okay. So the legal framework, the Act on this database administration, will give you it will kind of skip the stage of signing an MOU or collaboration arrangement between the government agencies, because it gives you the directions on how to share the data between the two government bodies. So this is just my my way of giving out some of the answers to the questions. Obviously, it's much more complicated on solving these issues, but I find it interesting to have this information from a report, from research, that Indonesian government is currently going through these difficulties. So I wanted to show you maybe these are the possible solutions to solve the issue. So okay, these are the open data services, but I will skip the slide. Before I jump on to the actual practices, the best practices of the big data analysis, perhaps I can have a time for questions and answers before I jump on to the next session. I think I've talked for about an hour, so maybe it'll be a good time for me to have a break and also hear some of the voices from you as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kim, Mr. James, sorry ya. Jadi begini Bapak Ibu, dari pemaparan yang telah Mr. James berikan, ternyata kita bisa melihat ya, ada pembuatan platform publik data ini sudah dimulai sejak tahun 2013 ya. Berarti ini sekitar 9 tahun yang lalu lah. Itulah mengapa kita tuh perlu banyak belajar dari Korea. Karena banyak hal terkait digital government tuh yang telah mereka lalui lebih dulu daripada kita. Jadi harapannya kita tuh tidak perlu lagi mengulangi kesalahan yang sama yang telah mereka lakukan beberapa tahun yang silam gitu. Ini juga saya melihat ada hal yang menarik juga di sini ya. Jadi kalau kita lihat lagi, kita perhatikan lagi, ternyata beberapa orang Korea ini memiliki nama alias ya, sepertinya. Jadi kayak seperti Senin lalu, kita mendengarkan pemaparan dari Mr. Johaneun, jadi alias Mr. Yudhoyono, begitu. Nah, kali ini kita mendengarkan paparan dari Mr. Kim Seung Hyun, alias Mr. James, gitu. Nah, ini jadi ada nama aliasnya seperti itu ya. Hanya sekedar intermezzo, Bapak Ibu. Ya, jadi tadi dari yang sudah disampaikan, mungkin kita akan ke sesi tanya jawab. Jadi di sesi tanya jawab ini, sekedar menginformasikan juga, Bapak Ibu juga dipersilahkan kalau bertanya dengan bahasa Indonesia. Kebetulan nanti ada penerjemahnya seperti itu. Mungkin tapi dalam pemaparan selalu dengan bahasa Inggris ya untuk hari ini. Mungkin untuk besok ada bahasa Korea dan diterjemahkan bahasa Indonesia seperti itu. Baik, mungkin kita bisa lanjut ke sesi tanya jawab seperti itu. Mungkin Evin stop screen, please stop your screen first, Mr. James.
Okay.
Yeah. Oke, kita akan ke sesi tanya jawab. Jadi sesuai pertanyaan yang ada di Zoom seperti itu. Berikut pertanyaannya. Sorry. From Kementerian Pan-RB, Pak Gayuh gitu memberikan pertanyaan. Can you give example about implementation of big data in decision-making process in Korean government institution? Please, Mr. James.
Oh, okay. Well, the example about implementation of big data in decision-making process, actually this will be shown with more detailed examples in the second session of the presentation, which is coming up right now after this Q&A session. But if you're going to stay on the channel for a little while, maybe I can show you the examples of the big data analysis in decision-making process in more details. I think it will be redundant if I explain this example right now. So if you're going to stay in the channel for more till lunch, maybe I can show you the examples. Is that okay?
Iya, Pak Gayu. Oke, terima kasih. Berikutnya lanjut ke pertanyaan selanjutnya. Dari Buala Jeffrey dari Kementerian Kumham. Morning, Mr. Kim. My name is Jeffrey from Ministry of Law and Human Rights. I would like to ask you a question. The use of technology for data processing is still seen as an alternative rather than a necessity, especially in government fields. This happens due to strict and high-risk control that leads some institutions still using conventional methods for data processing activity. What is your recommendation for this issue? Lowering the risk, increasing the technology capability, or do you have any other recommendation in mind? Thank you so much.
I think we also have the same issue for some government bodies, especially in the local government rather than central government bodies that are still tied to conventional method for data processing. I think for our recommendation, it's really a complicated issue that I think cannot be solved in a short term, but still, I think the best method is to as you have provided to increase the technology capability of the public servants and of the system, and also I think it's important to do the lot of educational activities, the training programs for public servants and public bodies to have to use the standardized method of processing the data and to give a correct and efficient way of processing the data so that we can control the risk for governing some very sensitive data. So I think just to organize what I have just said, the training program and increasing the through the training program, we can increase the capability for the using the more of a better way of better method for data processing. And so I think the education or training program is the best possible solution at this point.
Baik,
Have I answered enough?
Ya, bagaimana Pak Buala Jeffrey dari Kemenkumham? Apakah sudah cukup? Oke, mungkin ada permasalahannya pada audionya seperti itu ya. Kita bisa lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Oke, dari Farah dari Kementerian Dikbudristek, Bu Farah. Okay, hi Mr. James, I'm Farah from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. How does Korea Gov ensure that the big data is reliable in making decisions? Please.
Yes, if you remember my slides, we have the data management system for managing the quality of big data, and each government bodies also have a team that is designated to have a quality control of the data. So first we will have each government bodies to do a quality control at the basic level, and then when we get the source data we store the source data into the data management system. Through the platform, we will also do a second stage of data control, so that we make sure that each data sets have enough data and have no missing data, and we will go through the quality management through the system. So for us, this is our way of make sure the data is reliable.
Okay, thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Farah. Ya. Lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya dari Pak Hari Susanto dari BPSDM DKI Jakarta. Please, Mr. Kim. 1. How Korean Gov and local Gov maintenance digitalization of public service such as open data, big data management, and national intelligence data platform to be sustained? 2. How civil servants at central and local government do to reach smart digitalization on Korean Gov and local Gov? Thank you. From Hari Santo, Human Resource Agency of Jakarta.
Okay, I'm trying to elaborate the first question here. How Korean government, must be a typo, right? Then government, how do we maintenance the digitalization of public services such as open data, big data management, and national intelligent data platform to be sustained? Okay. So for us, as I said, we have the legal framework, and the legal framework will give you directions on how to make a committee to mediate and supervise the digitalization of such public services or data platforms or data storage or portals. So I am not too sure if I'm answering the question correctly, but the key maintenance, the way to key maintenance is legal framework and to have a different type of an independent system for, say, for open data, big data management, and the National Intelligent Data Platform, which is a broad way of containing all this open data, big data management system. So I wouldn't put that into on the same line, but so the open data portal, big data management, so on, all these key factors have their own independent system, which will do maintenance of the digitalization, or to provide the quality, or to guarantee the public service. So I think that would be my answer. And for the second question, how civil servants and central and local government do. Oh, okay. I think Mr. Hari, right? Hari Sosanto, you should elaborate more on this, because I'm not really clear if you're asking me if civil servants at central and local government to reach smart digitalization on Korean government, then local government, like, which I'm not too sure what you mean by local government on this stage. The Korean government has the local government and the central government, right? So maybe you can give you more clear explanation on this question. Perhaps you can use a
Ya,
chat,
Pak Hari Susanto dari DKI Jakarta, apakah ada, Pak? Mohon izin.
Ya.
Bisa memberikan tanggapan terkait pertanyaan nomor 2 ini supaya lebih jelas lagi seperti itu.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you, Mr. Kim, Mr. James Young Kim. In question number 2, I mean that in Indonesia we have central government and local government.
Okay.
And then we want you to share to us how civil servant at the Korean government, central government, I mean, and the local government to reach smart digitalization on overall government institution. Okay, it is clear?
So how does the central and the local government reach smart digitalization? Is that your question?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, the training program is, I think, the most important to reach smart digitalization. As I said earlier, there are still many civil servants, especially in the local government level. They are still working with the conventional method of making decisions and political decisions, and so we try to make a education, the training programs for data analysis, and so that civil servants have they can attain knowledge on how to process data, how to run programs on data analysis, and how they can in the end use the output from the data analysis to make it evident for their policy decision making. So I think the education is the key, but also it is important to have a very convenient platform for civil servants to attain knowledge on what kind of public data are stored and how the data is managed and what kind of data analysis can be used. For us, we highly focus on creating a platform that are very easy to use and easy to access by public servants. Because if the platform seems to be a very complicated system, these civil servants at the local government level, they won't be trying hard to use the system. So we try to make it, for example, the user interface, the graphical user interface should be very friendly, and they should be easily access the portal or the platform, and so that they could easily search what kind of data are in each government bodies, and perhaps we also have a function, a menu where it shows where civil servants can upload their best practices of the big data analysis. Perhaps they can use these best practices and study the best practices to bring up their capability on data analysis as well. So education is the key, but also a friendly, convenient platform for civil servants is also important, I think. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Pak Hari dan Mr. James. Kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya dari Bapak Rianto di BPK. To Mr. James, how does Korea manage silo and authority among institutions so there isn't overlapping data management between institutions? Thank you from Rianto, Human Resources Bureau, the Audit Board.
Oh, okay. Well, it's inevitable to face this issue of silo and the overlapping of data management between institutions. But if you look at if you check out the law.go.kr, as I said, the English version of the Database Administration Act, you will see that the law has designated a central supervising ministry and government agencies to govern the data management of the public big data or the shared data. So if the ministry, say for us, Ministry of Interior and Safety is the central, it's the lead ministry, and if they find out that there are certain issue with the data management in certain institution, they will send out the official letters to conduct or to standardize the data management, and so it's possible that there will be some issues with data management in each institution, but the law states that there's a central leading or supervising ministry and institutions, and that institutions or the government body will govern such issues. So I think that could solve the issue that you have suggested.
Baik, Bapak Rianto, apakah sudah jelas? Izin, Pak. Oke, sepertinya audionya agak bermasalah ya, jadi tidak ada suaranya. Baik, kalau begitu Mr. James, you can take us first for 5 minutes, I think. Maybe we can continue to the question with Mr. Hugh. Mr. Hugh?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Yeah, question from Pak Fakih Zulfikar dari Setkin Kemenkeu ya. Yeah, Pak Yo, what's the biggest impact of a project that you're most proud of? Silakan, Mr. Yo.
Oh yeah. I think this question is for our agency. In terms of our agency, I think so. I think it's very difficult to select only one project, but as I mentioned in my presentation, NIA is the ICT specialized agency in the field of especially broadband and e-government. So for this, we have made a lot of related policies and implemented various projects. So with these experiences, actually NIA initiated a nationwide grant project to overcome the economic recession due to the pandemic. So which is called a Digital New Deal project. So there are many projects related to digital transformation technology, like 5G, data, AI, something like that. So the purpose of this project is to become the leading nation in the field of digital transformation technology and to create the many jobs because the Korean people are losing their job due to the pandemic. So these are the main reasons for the digital leader project. So I think I can maybe we hope that we can have a chance to introduce this leader project in more details later. Thank you.
Bagaimana tanggapannya Pak Fakih Zulfikar dari Kemenkeu? Mohon izin Pak.
Cukup Mbak, cukup. Terima kasih
Baik.
banyak.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih, baik Bapak Ibu, mohon izin mungkin kita izin break sejenak, nanti akan dilanjutkan lagi materi oleh Mr. James di sekitar kurang lebih 5 menit ya, seperti itu, sambil juga menyusun pertanyaannya seperti itu ya, untuk kembali dibahas lagi. Terima kasih.
Is it my time again?
With Mr. James, maybe for 5 minutes, I will tell you again.
Yeah, 10 minutes is fine too.
김승현 선임.
예.
또 뭐 고생이 많다.
질문이 이렇게 많을 줄이야. 엄청. 네.
뭐 지금 보니까 200명도 넘게 듣고 있네.
엄청 많이.
260명 듣고 있네 지금. 네. 관심이 많더라고, 인도네시아 공무원분들이. 여기저기 여러 부처에서도 많이 또 들어오시고.
네. 생각보다 너무 많이 오셔가지고 되게 놀랐습니다.
그래도 그렇게 어려운 질문은 안 나올 거예요.
아니 뭐 질문 많으면 좋죠. 뭐 답변할 수 있는 정도는 다. 생각보다 시간이 많이 남을 줄 알았는데 또 그렇게 많이 남지가 않네요. 얘기를 계속 이것저것 많이 해주려고 하다 보니까.
그러니까 천천히 해요. 네. 이제 우리가 한국말로 얘기하니까 뭘 한다. 네, 좀 쉬었다 또 해요. 네, 수고하고.
감사합니다. 네.
Kita nggak ngerti, mereka asik ngobrol.
Iya, mereka asik ngobrol lah, ya.
Okay, Mr. James. Sorry, maybe there's a lot of question for you, and maybe we just need a third question more, and then next to the other materials like that. Okay. Okay. Pak Eko HS dari Pusdatin ASDM, itu Mr. James. In implementing data governance, what data governance methods does NIA implement? Does it implement data management, DAMA, international, or ISO or IC, so on, yeah, or others? Thank you.
It's a really technical question here. Governance, what is government? For this question, I think it will be better if I answer to you through an email. If you email me, because perhaps we are using very different methods for governing the data, and these data management international or the ISO, I see that these management governance methods are not really familiar to me. So I think I should check on this information and give you a more clear answer. I think that's better. I don't want to give you the wrong information. So, yep. If you check off my slides, there's an email of address of my of mine. So,
okay.
If you email me and I'll answer it. Okay.
Bagaimana Pak Eko jika meng-email Mr. James seperti itu? Izin Pak Eko dari Kementerian ASDM. Oke, mungkin nanti kita akan komunikasikan lagi, sepertinya audionya sedang mute, seperti itu. Lanjut ke berikutnya. Dari Pak Fido Hafid. Ini, dear Mr. James, thank you for the great presentation. Is there any key strategy on how to get the data from agencies or even from private sector?
Okay, key strategies. Well, the regulational framework is obviously the best strategy because it enforces you to enforce an institution to legally request information or data from other agencies. So legal framework with the best possible way. If that's not the case, then like for us, we have the national data map, which show you the metadata of information in each government bodies or institutions. So using the data map, for us, we locate how to request data and which person of the certain institution we should request data to. So it's for us, it was really helpful to find out, gather information on which personnel in the institution is responsible for that certain data, and that's how we locate the right personnel, and we request data based on our necessities in using the data. So for us, before we had such platform for requesting the data, we had to send an official letter to the institution, and we had to state what are the purpose for using the data, and and for how long? What are the terms of using such data, and how we are going to manage the data after the use of data? So are we going to remove the data, or are we going to share data with other institutions and so on? So we have given information, very detailed information on how we are going to utilize the data. And after given that information, quite a number of institutions have provided the data without a cost. So that for us, that was our strategy. But if you have a law to enforce the institutions to provide the data, then yeah, that would be the best way.
Oke, baik, Pak Yudu Hafid, sepertinya dari Kementerian Kominfo ya, apakah sudah jelas Pak terkait penjelasan dari Mr. James?
Oh, and sorry, private sectors, it's a bit different story. Private sectors are they're private business. They usually trade data for money, obviously. So we have a different approach for private sectors, but it has to be related with government fundings. I think for us to obtain data from private sector, we have to have a funded project to work with the private sector and to gather data from them. It's difficult for us to request data from a public sector without any cost. So I think if we are on a different track, if you're talking about private sector, it has to be related with fundings.
Okay, I see. Bagaimana Pak Fido Hafid dari Kemenkominfo, apakah ada tanggapan? Oke, sepertinya audionya mungkin bermasalah ya, atau masih mute ya, ada kegiatan lain mungkin. Kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. The last maybe. Ya, from Ben Hadik dari Kemendikbudristek. I have question to Mr. James. What are the steps and suggestions taken by Korea in overcoming the third and fourth barrier?
Okay. Let me just look at
You wanna share screen maybe? Third and fourth barrier, where is it?
Sure, maybe. I think that's better. Okay, third and fourth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite redundant from what I said earlier. All the third and fourth are all related to how to obtain data from other government bodies that are sometimes difficult to obtain, or that are unavailable, or that seems to be unavailable. So the legal framework is the best tool to enforce data share. If that's not the case, then like for us, we have the Act for Promoting Database Administration, and this act has all this information on how to request data and how to share data, and all these regulations in related to data sharing between the government bodies. So legal framework is the best possible way, and if not, then that would be either through funding, but funding is not a good example, I think, between the government bodies. It should be either through memorandum of understanding or collaboration arrangement between the government agencies. But it's for us, the memorandum of understanding or collaboration arrangement sometimes is not it's not really an effective tool for as a sustainable way of sharing data. So the legal framework should be first established, which include how to request data, but also what kind of infrastructure we need for the government bodies to share data. Like for us, our act for promoting data-based administration not only include the way to request data and access data, but also we included the importance of the building data management system, which will show which data are located in each government bodies. So through the law, we have created the platform that shows the storage of the data in each government bodies, like, as I said, the national data map, or let's see, or the metadata, government metadata system. Through the data map and the metadata system, we know what kind of information is located in each government bodies, and with the system, establishment of the system, and establishment of the regulation for sharing the data within the legal framework, it could solve the barriers that Indonesian government is going through. My mouse is very sensitive with slides, so sorry about that. Anyways, so third barrier and fourth barrier, I think this, yeah, legal framework with infrastructure and regulations on sharing data. I think that's the key solution here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. Bagaimana, Pak? Apakah sudah jelas? Tadi Pak Ben Hazik ya dari Kemendikbudristek. Mohon izin, Pak Ben Hazik. Oke, sepertinya ada permasalahan di audionya ya. Mungkin bisa kita lanjutkan lagi materi yang akan dibawakan oleh Mr. James. Please, Mr. James, you can continue your material and we will discuss after that time. Okay. Please. Okay, please continue your.
Okay.
Okay.
What is my? Okay. Okay, so I jump on to the best practices of big data analytics for a successful data-driven government. I have showed you this slide before, just to review what have gone through. First we had the legal framework to have the big data analysis and data, to have the database administration system. So within the legal framework, we had the big data analysis infrastructure. We had the information on building the big data analysis infrastructure for big data analysis. And through the infrastructure, we have conducted a big data analysis, modeling, and standardization of the analysis model. I will give you more details on what these are in the next slides. So here I'm showing you some of the big data analysis we have taken starting in 2017. We had 5 new analysis tasks, such as detecting a frequent car accident and patients. There's a analysis on catching a military service evasion suspect. For Korea, we are obligated to serve in the military for about 2 years or less, depending on the case. But there's sometimes a suspect who are trying to evade from the service, and we had analysis to conduct this to solve the issue. And there was also an analysis on selecting the optimal site for electronic vehicles charging stations. So as we have the increased number of electrical vehicles, we had to conduct a research on where would be the efficient site for installing the charging station, the battery charging station for electric vehicles. So that was also another analysis we have taken. And more, you can check out the slides later on what are the types of the analysis we have taken. So there was a 10 standardization of the analysis models. So the difference between here, analysis task and standardization of the analysis model is that these new analysis were taken based on demand of each related ministry or government bodies. It's unfortunately it's not in English, but it's the city of Daegu, the Ministry of Military Services and Traffic and Safety, the institutions and so on. So these analyses were taken based on a demand from each institutions. So it was a temporal analysis to solve a certain issue. Whereas here, the division of standard analysis model is that we have tried to establish a analysis model that can be widely used in many different local governments, so which can be applied by all local governments. So we have established some of the common issues that all local governments can have, such as tax, water supply, issues related to jobs, road management, traffic, whatnot. And so we have standardized these models, and we have prepared the manual, and we have extended the application of this model to all the local governments. So we have a website, a platform that I stated earlier, the intelligent data management platform. If you go there, we have a model, this standardized analysis model, where any public servants can download the model, and they could use their own data, such as the population data or traffic data, the surveillance camera data from their own jurisdiction or their own area in charge of their administration, and they can bring that data and they can apply the data to the program, the package program that are uploaded in the website. That's what's called the standardized analysis model. and they can use this model to go through an analysis, and using the output, they could make data-based or evidence-based decision making. It will be a bit difficult for you to imagine what it is at this point with all the letters here. I'll give you more detailed examples of pictures in the later slides. And so the analysis based on demand, a standard analysis model for all the local governments that can be used for all local governments, and the education and promotion for such as the training for each all for these analytic models is also important. And we have taken training every year so that public servants can can increase the capacity, their capacity on carrying out the data analysis. So we have like brochures, we have promotional video clips. We also have like a regional offline trainings for public servants or in the local governments to study and to learn how to do a database analysis. Here, so another case for 2018. Others are pretty much the same, but every year we have taken different analysis tests based on demand, and also we have established standard analysis models every year. So as I said, up to now, 2022, we have total of 44 different standard analysis models, and we have also taken more than 40 different analysis tasks based on demand every year. And the education stays the same. We have taken the education every year to make sure the capacity building of civil servants, and every year we try to promote the use of the big data analysis in public sectors. So we have we also open events on for civil servants, such as when they apply for the big data analysis. Then after the analysis, they can upload the output or the report of the result of their own analysis on the website and on the platform. And we sometimes give out prizes for after selecting the best cases of the big data analysis. And some of these events are also fostering the big data analysis individuals and capacities. So here's another one, 2019. I'll skip this. Maybe you can check out the slides later on. Okay, so this is an actual example of the big data analysis. My first example is the surveillance camera installation analysis. The analysis was to create a secure environment in areas that have a poor security. So there is like very neighborhoods that are dense in population. There are neighborhoods that have a lot of schools, neighborhood that's have a lot of walk trails and so on. So we have analyzed complaints on installation of streetlights, security system, and we collected data such as number of crime prevention center, frequency of neighborhood patrol, number of floating population nearby, and number of school zones and density of households. So in the analysis stage, we have gathered data of the geographic data of the area, and also the data from the police station about neighborhood patrol, and we also acquired data from the statistical ministry to get the population data and so on. So with the gathered data and the data sources from the surveillance camera and street lights installation and so on, the result was that after a thorough analysis, we have identified blind spots for surveillance, and we have designated the area to install additional surveillance camera. I'll show you how we have conducted this analysis in the next slide. So here are the way to select the blind spots for surveillance cameras. In the prior analysis stage, we have to gather data from different features, and we also gather data, crime data from the police station, the data of security lights and children's facilities, civil service data, road data, floating population, and for us it was really important to gather data by block. If you are to use the geographic information system to do analysis, it's important for us to locate which block of an area has dense population but less surveillance camera and less patrol and so on. So after the analysis of the information of geographic, whether there's river, woodland, whether there's apartment complex, residential area, or if it's developing area. We also use the heat maps to find out which area are in a high risk based on the data from the crime data acquired from police department. So using these population data, and we select which point is the highest priority in installing the public surveillance camera. So you can prioritize the area to install surveillance camera after the analysis by taking the advantage of the correlation between crime rates and surveillance. If you see these black dots, I don't know if you can see, have a clear visual of the dots here. So this is the black dot. This here is the green dot. It's dark green and black. So the black dots on the map imply the distribution of the surveillance cameras, and the green dots here along the roads imply the security lights distribution. In addition, we have the population characteristics and density that are displayed on the map together, and also we have some of the special characteristics of the region on the map that has special facilities for surveillance. So according to this GIS approach, this is the logic behind how we make decisions on figuring out which area are in highest priority. So according to this logic and the GIS approach, we can identify vulnerable places, such as places with no surveillance, no security lights, place with a large proportion of single-person households, a place with high female population, and thus we can prioritize the area requiring the closed circuit surveillance cameras installation. So we have overlapped these features where the cameras are installed, where the lights are installed, and the special features here. So and we can figure out which area has a blind spot of surveillance, and this is our way of having an analysis with big data. So all the data that we have gathered, like the police data, population data, the data of infrastructure such as cameras or street lights, it's all public data that's available on data portal or available by the institutions. Like crime data, is a very sensitive data which cannot be provided through the open data portal, but crime data can be provided based on demands and requests by each institution if the analysis is related to securing safety and securing the safety of the citizens. So that way we have acquired crime data from the police department. And the funny story is that we could not fully open the data from the crime data from police department because it directly relates to the price of a land, price of the property in the region. Because if someone figures out that there's a high rate of crime in certain region, it could directly affect the price of a land. And as you well know, the price of real estate in Korea is very expensive, especially in Seoul. So even if it's used by civil servants, if there's any leak of the information on which spot has high crime rate, it could be very crucial. So when we try to acquire crime data from the police department, there were conditions in which we had to use the heat maps. The heat maps are these red dots here. So rather than pointing out which exact location has high crime rate, the heat maps were showing in a broad way the big area, which area as a whole has fairly higher crime than the other regions. In this way, we were able to prevent any leakage of confidential informations on crime rates. So I was carrying out the same project, and I was facing this issue. So we had to negotiate with the police department so that when we acquired the crime data, we had to go through certain procedures and we had to follow certain conditions to do analysis. The second example is it's the case for local tourist analysis. Jeonju Hanok Village is one of the most famous spots in Korea, and it's a beautiful place to visit. The village attracts more than 10 million tourists a year. We have conducted a big data analysis, and in order not only to increase the number of visitors, but also to meet visitors' satisfaction. So we have tried to reflect the analytic results into related policies to benefit both surrounding markets, commercial markets, and tourists. So through the analysis on the path of visitors, we calculate how many visitors were staying in each area of the village. These are the spots. So this is the map of the Hanok village, and this satellite map shows which area the spots are, the major spots of the tourists, and they are numbered. As you can see, the image are quite small, but if you look at it closely, there's numbers for each spot. So from number 1 to number 12, it indicates the Jeonju Hanok village, and the number 12 is the entrance into the Hanok village. The more floating population, the more dense the tourist population, the more red the color is on the map. So here, number 1 has a really red, very dense in tourist population, whereas number 11, number 8, 4, these areas have no population, fairly less population than the other numbers. So the funny thing is, the place in the number 11 has the most traditional, significant attraction for the Jeonju Hanok village, but you can see that the floating population is low in number 11. So based on this insight, we can provide different events to attract more visitors, targeting the specific areas. Say in maybe in the spot 11, we can have more events that can attract more tourists, like some musical instruments or some performances that can attract more visitors, so that we can evenly distribute tourists in the Hanok village. That's one of the strategy we had after the analysis. So by having an event, we attract more tourists, and it's also beneficial for local the commercial markets that are located around areas that previously had less density. But if we evenly distribute the tourists, then this local markets around areas here can also benefit from the increase in the tourist population. And so it was one of the solutions to evenly support the growth of local markets, and also promote the Jeonju Hanok village, to show that there are more places that are beautiful for sightseeing, and that are valuable to visit. So it's one of our data analysis to solve the jam packing of tourist population in certain areas, and it was a very successful case of analysis that we had. So this is a map, the whole map of Korea, which shows the tourist population in each regions, and the population in each cities and municipalities. And based on this analysis and the analysis of the Hanok village, we were able to locate the gentrification, the diversification of the tourists in different sections of the map. So the short-term outcome was to increase the demand through the development of customized tourism content of Jeonju Hanok village. The long-term outcome was to enlarge the movement and activate the commercial area in Hanok village, and the Jeonbuk city as a whole. It support development to increase the possibility of continuous tourism. Third example is the night bus. It's actually the most famous example we have in from the Korean government. So many citizens of the global city Seoul, they had to commute using the public transportation, and there are a lot of people who are working late at night, and their operating hours of the public transportation in Korea didn't cover the late night time as well. So citizens have therefore urged the city to provide public transportation that can be used safely even during the late night hours. So using the big data, the city of Seoul introduced a late night bus called the O bus, which is a metaphor. The O, they are actively gathering during late night time, so that's why we named it O bus. Anyways, these are the lines of the route of the late night bus, which has the alphabet N on in front of the bus line numbers, and we have created 9 optimal routes for late night commute workers, especially for the needs of women and people with disability. And it was a very successful analysis and also successful result, which solved a social issue. It was a huge, which was a huge issue in Seoul. So by analyzing mobile phone calls, mobile population density, existing bus operation data on every bus stops of each line, we analyze the pattern by time, day of the route, and calculate the weight of the floating demographics near the route to optimize the bus operation. And we have recognized that the late night bus routes, and we adjusted the bus ride intervals by estimating the traffic volume of the bus stop station at the late night time. So this was also used with the geographic information system, with the public transport data and floating population data, and the mobile phone calls. The mobile phone call data was a kick in this analysis because using the data provided by the mobile service providers, we were able to locate which area, based on the phone calls during the late night time, we were able to find out which area are in high dense of people, and we have this premises that during a late night time, women or the people with disability or people with who needs this more secure environment, there higher chance for them to make mobile phone calls during a late night time. So using that call data and the call volume, we were able to figure out which area needs the new route for the public transportation, and that's how we have solved the issue. And so we mainly use the demographics from the public big data with the help of mobile network traffic data from network providers. And currently this night bus is well used, and the bus operates in the late night hours to early morning. So it's a very Korea, especially the city of Seoul, has a very good system for public transportation right now. Okay, the fourth example is the golden time example. It's a golden time secure model for the dispatch of ambulance and fire trucks. So through the model, we have reduced the time required for dispatch, 7 minutes for fire trucks and 4 minutes for cardiac arrest. So the old and traditional dispatch system is to simply place emergency vehicles at the nearby fire stations and hospitals. After this analysis, we have find out the exact numbers of hourly moving speed, deviation in an urban area and observed, and we make sure that there are timely vulnerable areas that are in need of emergency calls. And using the data, we have selected optimal location of emergency vehicles that can acquire the time limits, 7 minutes for fire and 4 minutes for ambulances. So if you look at this map here, if we dig into more detail, you have the map on the left that shows the traffic level in 2 different time frames. Here, it's the analysis of road network at 3 a.m. in the morning. You can see that all the lines are green. Here, that's the analysis of the road network at 7 p.m. at nighttime, which is pretty much the rush hour time. So during the rush hour, traffic is very high on many sections of the road. In this case, it is difficult to dispatch emergency vehicles on time. So the vehicles can be allocated based on high traffic time and the area of more vulnerability and frequency. The image on the right shows the heat map of the area for where the emergency patients are concentrated. So the more red it is, the more emergency patients are concentrated based on our data. And here on the right, it's the area, the blue area is the area available that can be dispatched by the emergency vehicles less than 5 minutes. So the little here, tiny blue dots are 911 centers. The blue area is the area that can be covered within 5 minutes of emergency vehicles dispatch. The more teal color, a little bit of a green here, it's the 7 minutes. The other areas are more than 10 minutes. So if we overlap these two images, we can check that some areas that are dense in emergency patients, that are concentrated with emergency patients, are not covered at all by the 911 centers or not covered by the emergency vehicles. So based on this analysis with the overlapping of the image through the geographic information system, we can possibly construct a new fire station in the region here that are not covered, or we can also allocate vehicles from another fire station to this fire station here, so that we can increase the coverage of the region. So that was golden hour model, and it was also very effective. Yes, okay, so I've given you some detailed examples of the big data analysis, and these models that I've shown you are all most of them are the CCTV models here, and the golden time model. This is also a standard analysis model, which I've explained before. We have uploaded the model, the package of this model with the program and the manual into the platform, so that any public servants can download the manual and the package, and using their own population data or infrastructure data, they can conduct a data analysis, and they can also figure out the issues of the say for the golden hour, the issues of the coverage of the emergency vehicles in their own region. So this is a good example where you can use public big data to solve social issues in a very reliable data. So if I want to conclude with with our vision and goal, it's the realization of efficient government through the use of big data. So as I said, it's not shown here, but using the big data analysis, we can reduce the social cost through the proactive public services and data-based decision making, and with the establishment of legal framework and establishment of the big data implementation system, or the infrastructure, so-called, like the open data portal, national data map, national data system, and shared data management system, data analytics center. All these infrastructures are the core components of big data implementation system, and using this infrastructure and quality data, we can create services such as the standard analysis models for big data analysis, or we can conduct a based on demand analysis to solve the current issue. And we can also expand the values of this big data that are stored in the system, because as we go through more analysis, an extra analysis creates an extra data sets that's been processed, that's been fitted to certain social analysis, which is also another set of valuable data. So using the source data, we can make data sets of processed data, and all these informations are stored in our government infrastructure, which can be widely used by public servants in central government and local government, and it will going to promote the database administration as time goes on. So I think it's a good, very good framework that we Korean government have right now, and we're still in a stage of leveling up, and still stay in the stage of making sure that all the public servants are using database administration. But I think it's a good start right now, and we are hoping to make sure that all the public servants are conveniently using database analysis and database administration. It will be a good way to provide a very clear and a good quality services to the public and the citizens as well, if we make political decisions based on evidence and data. So I think I've given you some examples of the data analysis. Okay, yes, so that's it for my presentation today. If you have more questions, maybe this is time to get some questions from the floor. Oops.
Baik, terima kasih Mr. James. Bapak Ibu, jadi ini menarik sekali yang dipaparkan oleh Mr. James ini ya. Jadi ternyata di Korea itu ada analisis pemilihan untuk CCTV keamanan blind spot. Menarik nih, jadi kalau biasanya nih, kalau ada penjahat kan umumnya mereka tuh akan merusak CCTV ya, untuk menghilangkan jejak. Nah di Korea itu dia membuat CCTV keamanan yang nggak terlihat, namun tetap ada CCTV biasanya itu untuk mengelabui si penjahatnya itu menarik sekali sih. Terus juga saya ingat juga kalau di Korea itu kita bisa melihat tuh berapa banyak penumpang yang ada di bis dan estimasi waktu bis sampai gitu kan ke suatu halte. Jadi penumpang tuh bisa memutuskan atau apakah dia tuh akan tetap menunggu atau menggunakan transportasi lain. Apalagi sekarang zaman pandemi nih kan, jadi dibatasin gitu. Kira-kira bakalan it's okay nggak kalau misalnya jumlah penumpang di dalam bis sebanyak ini gitu. Misalnya kita bisa membuat keputusan seperti itu. Itu menarik sekali. Dan dia itu juga ternyata ada disampaikan tadi analisis kepadatan dan pola penduduk pada malam hari itu untuk operasional bis pada malam hari. Nah kalau di Indonesia kan biasanya kalau armadanya tuh mulai sedikit gitu kalau udah malam ya seperti itu ya. Jadi kita tuh kadang nunggunya lama gitu dan tapi di Korea ini dengan teknologi big datanya gitu, mereka bisa mengatasi itu gitu. Jadi mereka itu mengalokasikan armada bus itu sesuai dengan kebutuhan penumpangnya. Dia melihat titik-titik yang saat itu sedang padat, jadi kemungkinan akan banyak penumpang yang menggunakan bus seperti itu. Nah, itu menarik sekali dari penjelasan dari Mr. James. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, kita lanjut ke pertanyaan ya Bapak Ibu. Oke, tadi terakhir dari Pak Menhazik, sekarang kita pertanyaan dari Pak Endar Herian dari Kemendagri. Hello Mr. James, the data that not integrate yet between local gov and central gov is one of the barrier. From the experience of Korean gov, what the first step that Korea gov take in specific practical to fix this barrier? Because I think the proper first step will affect on our step in the future. Thank you. Silahkan, Mr. James.
Yes. Yeah, we also had this barrier between local government and central government because there's different way of collecting data and different way of having the standard for the data. For the Korean government, we have had committee legal framework and to make sure that we have standardized this data, and if there are certain data that are not integrated from local government to the central government, we have gone through committee meetings, and this is probably why we had this national metadata system, because we wanted to make sure that there's no information that we do not know from the local government. So after we have created the metadata system, it was quite simple for the local government to register what kind of data they have in their institution, because it did not have to be they did not have to register the source data, but they only had to register some basic information of the data in their institution. So I think that was a really good step for Korean government to fix the barrier. Yeah.
Oke, baik. Dari Pak Endar Herian, Kemendagri, apakah ada tanggapan, Pak?
Hello,
Yes.
Mr. James.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. I got it. The answer. Okay. Thank you. I wanna to ask again. Can I ask again?
Sure.
Okay. From the strategy that Korea government take, this is the strategy is bottom up or a top down strategy. I mean that like maybe we need to to ready the device tools from the central or the local government to take the first step. This first step. Thank you.
It's a top down strategy for us. Central government usually have more authority over local government. And once we make regulations from the central government, we distribute the regulations to the local government, and they follow orders, or they start to cooperate with the central government. So if that's your question, then I think top-down, for Korea, top-down method was effective.
Okay, Mr. James, thank you.
Thank you.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Pak Endar Herian dan Mr. James. Lanjut kita ke pertanyaan berikutnya dari Pak Bakhtiar dari BPSDM Jawa Timur. Hi Mr. Kim, one question related to data and digitalization the data. As we know, our country stretches thousands of kilometers with varying terrain and of course digital infrastructure development. Some at remote area will gonna use much simple method to gather the data of grid. While on big cities, Mike has the ability to use more advanced method through digital platform. In Korea, experience how Korea able to Kamsahamnida. Yes, please, Mr. James.
Yes. This is also still an issue that we're having in Korea as well, because there are some rural areas, or as you said, some areas have gathered data off grid, and we also have some institutions that also still gathering data through with papers. I mean, they collect information based on paper files rather than a computer system. So we had an issue, and the reason why they're using paper was some security concerns, but that was a special case anyways. I'm pretty sure that in Indonesia there will be some big differences that are hard to bridge, but honestly, in this case, it has to be education. Usually, these local governments who are still using the traditional method or simple method, the main reason is they're tied to traditional ways, and they don't really find the necessities. They really do not know why it's important to collect data and use the data to do an analysis. They don't find the needs of it. So I think for Korea, the only way to bridge the digital divide in between the government bodies is to create a continuous program for education, and do a lot of actions on promoting the database, the acknowledging the importance of database administration, and possibly the central government can visit the local governments to have meetings, and to show them the best practices of data analysis, so that they can acquire some of the knowledge in why using data for analysis is valuable and it's effective. Honestly, I think that's the best way to bridge the difference, and I honestly can't find out any other methods from top of my head right now. Education and promotion, I think that's the key.
Thank you, Mr. James. Bagaimana Pak Bakhtiar? Apakah ada tanggapan? Halo Pak Bakhtiar. Oh ya, sepertinya sudah keluar ya. Mungkin ada koneksinya bermasalah seperti itu. Oke, lanjut ke berikutnya. pertanyaan dari Pak Hari Wahyudi. Sorry, in Indonesia, apa saja indikator penerapan digital government pada masing-masing pemerintah Korea? In translate, what are the indicators for implementing digital government in each Korean government?
I think this is more related to digital government. Honestly, this is not my expertise. I'm pretty sure there are some guidelines and tools for indicating the implementation of digital government. Maybe if you can email me or Mr. Director Hojun Kim, then perhaps he could give you more detailed answers.
Oke, izin Pak Hari Wahyudi, apakah ada? Oke, jadi begini Bapak Ibu, terkait dengan digital government ini nanti ada sesinya lagi spesial begitu besok. Makanya mungkin bisa nanti kita tanyakan lagi sama expert yang lebih kompeten gitu untuk menjawab ini. Seperti itu Bapak Ibu. Baik, kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Dari Rin, Ibu Siska Febiana. I'm Siska from Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency. I would like to ask you about how Korean Gov handles such as a bias from big data analytics result.
For us, when we go through a big data analytics, when we get the output or the result from the analytics, we bring the result to compare with the traditional method from the personnel in charge of the of an issue. Say like if it was a case for dispatch of emergency vehicles, we'll try to contact a personnel in charge of the emergency vehicle services, say in the government bodies, and because they usually know they are the expert who can give comments on whether the result of the analytics is true or false. So it's also really important to compare with the traditional method, and we always do get consultings from experts with the traditional method, and that's how we try to reduce the bias from the analytics.
Oke, thank you Mr. James. Bagaimana Bu Siska Febiana? Apakah ada tanggapan Bu?
Okay, so we still need expertise to validate whatever the analytics result will be, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that once again? I couldn't hear the first part. So.
Okay, so in Korean government, they still need confirmation, validate from the expertise from the big data analytics result itself, right?
I would say verification rather than confirmation. We just wanted to have an extra step to make sure the analytics is true, because the result, right, there's a slight chance that the result might not be reflecting the actual issue. So that's why we have this extra step. But it's not like it's not the concept of confirmation. It's a verification, I guess. Yes, but it's not necessary. It's not like this step is not it's not written in regulations or so. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Siska Febiana dan Mr. James. Lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Dari, ini pertanyaan untuk Mr. Hyo. Mr. Hyo, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Question from Bu Farah, Kemendikbudristek. Mr. Hugh, what is the best experience that you learned when in a cooperation with Indonesian government?
Oh, my best experience.
Hmm.
Yeah, my best experience from cooperation with the Indonesian government. Yeah, I think in terms of digital government governance, there is a difference between the Korean government and Indonesian government. Actually, the Korean government, they gave the whole power to the one organization, one agency to handle or manage all the related digital government policies and project, which is MOIS actually. But in Indonesia, there are SBBE coordination team to implement and manage the e-government related activities. So there is a advantage and disadvantages. Which one is better? We don't know, but I think if everyone can cooperate each other well, I think the system in Indonesia is the quite effective way to implement the digital government in Indonesia. So I think if we maybe adopt some way to cooperate each other in Korea, maybe it might be good. That's one of the things that I experienced from the cooperation with the Indonesian government. Thank you.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih, Mr. Hyo. Apakah ada tanggapan dari Ibu Farah?
Which one is the best method between Indonesian government and Korean government? The manpower or the SPBE?
Oh, once again, please, sorry.
What is the best method in implementing big data? Is PBE or the Korean method?
I'm not sure. As I told you before, there is a disadvantage and advantages for both methods. So I'm not quite sure about which one is better.
Okay.
But sometimes, in my opinion, I think Indonesian government need to have some kind of control tower to make policy and implement the digital government related project. So there is a coordination team in the field of digital government in Indonesia, but there's no control tower to actually manage all the policy and the project. So maybe you might consider that way to implement digital government project effectively, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hyo. Maybe we continue our question. Or Mr. James. Question from Pak Radit Teguh Handalani dari BPSDM. Baik, hi Mr. James. If the private sector data become a barrier and too small, however, it determines the data integration. How NIA and government make solutions to produce the best public policies? This Mr.
Okay.
James.
Oh, okay. In the case, the government will do its best to collaborate with private sectors. If I've shown you the example of the late night bus, the old bus example, the government did not have the government did not have the network data, the mobile data from the network service providers, because it was it's information from private sectors. So and this data was crucial. So and the reason why the government is providing this public services is for the good deeds of for the public, right? So the government negotiated with the private sectors, and it was a very special case where the network service providers were have provided the phone call data, the volume of the phone call data, and if the data is small, but also if it's really important for this big data analysis and for producing good public policies, then of course the government will try to collaborate with the private sectors, and sometimes it does need fundings, government fundings to acquire some data from private sectors, and it's inevitable. So yeah, there are ways, and we try our best to collaborate with private sectors as well if it's important. But our priority is to use only public data, because they are not mostly, they're 100% free, and it's open to it's widely open to public, most of the data, and they are more reliable. Actually, I would say more reliable than private, because private information data are in good quality as well these days, but they are reliable data. So we try our best to use only public data. Yes. Is that good enough? Or?
Thank you, Mr. James. Jadi Pak Radit Teguh Handayani ini dari BPSDM DKI Jakarta. Apakah ada tanggapan Pak Radit Teguh Handayani?
Thank you, Mrs. Mugian, Mrs. James. As we know, the public policy is a multi-dimension and complex areas. Yes, Mr. James here. So, why, how in IE and foreign government to make a solution with the lack of data? It important to me to know why, how the solution can we make to produce a public policy better. Thank you.
How do you make the solution to produce a better services?
Yes, thank you, of course, Mr. James.
Well, I think it's important to have the a thorough analysis and a constant communication with the local governments to produce the best services, I think. I don't know. I think at this point, I can only give you some obvious answers. There's no typical strategy for us to provide best public services. But what I can say for sure is that until long ago, the government data was not easily accessible, and Korea is quite famous for open data, open public data, and we have been awarded by OECD as well. And we have experienced and we have witnessed through timeline that large volume of open public data can be very helpful in producing the best public services, especially in the case of COVID-19, when there was a first corona outbreak. Korea government has been one of the best example in the world to give powerful public services to the citizens in terms of locating the screening clinics, having a self-diagnosis applications for mobile, and having a services where you can locate nearby pharmacies that sells disposable face mask, and all these public services were very they came out, they're produced in an effective and timely manner, and I think just those examples are enough to show that the government and the local government and also some private companies, private sectors are collaborating together to provide best services. Hope that was enough.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Ms. Nogi.
Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Radit Teguh Andalani dan juga Mr. James. Kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya dari Bu Nurul Alimi, Bu Maya ya, dari Kemendikbudristek. Jadi, hello Mr. Kim, I'm Maya from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. As you mentioned earlier, there is a shared data management system as the key for the big data, and the local government will be doing first step of data control. So my question, is there any special requirement or special team for the local government to do their tasks as the first step of the data control?
There's no requirement or a special team for the local government for the most cases, because there's a special team for government agencies like us, Nia, or the central government that does the quality control of the big data. But for local government, sometimes depending on which government body they are very small in the number of workers or public servants, depending on the size of the region. So we don't really have any special requirements, but rather it can be a single individual in the local government if the government size of the government is small, but we want to make sure that there's at least one personnel who's in total charge of the quality control of the data, and who are in charge of the communication with the central government to send to share their data. So we want to make sure that at least one person can be responsible for checking the quality of the data, and we have certain directions on what can be a data, what can be the possible data sets for a possible data analysis, such as if I try to remember from top of my head, one of the condition was that the data need to have at least 100 raws of data, and it has to be has to contain statistical data as well, and there's like, this is just an example, but there's certain examples of certain conditions that has to be provided from the local government. So as long as these conditions are acquired, then there's no requirements for the local government to do their task as the first step of the data control.
Terima kasih Mr. James. Bagaimana Bu Maya? Apakah sudah jelas? Mohon izin Maya, mungkin sedang keluar sebentar. Kita bisa lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Oh yeah, I haven't translated yet. Okay, the translate is from Bapak Mulyadi Abdigani dari Diskominfo Bulukumba. Jadi, what is the opportunity for local government for this cooperation between Indonesia and Korea? And how is the implementation in the future for local government beside this training? Sorry.
It's okay. So
What is the opportunity for local government?
Government to have a training, or the local government to, is it
about this cooperation
with Korea?
Yes.
I think it's better to answer from me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I know Indonesia is a big country, so there are a lot of local government and a lot of island, so which means it's very difficult to be integrated. So there are many silo systems there. But the actually to solve that problem, Indonesian government, especially the Menpan, is trying to disseminate the EA system and EA implementation, not only in central government, but also in local government. So it might be the chance to consolidate each other. And also maybe there's some more training chances for the local government. So maybe for the 2022 cooperation project between the Indonesian government and Korean government, we may consider the capacity building program for public servant from public servant in local government. So maybe we will talk with the Menpan, and then maybe I hope there's some more chances to be trained for the local government public servant. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Ya, apakah ada tanggapan dari Pak Mulyadi Abdul Ghani? Izin Pak. Oke, sepertinya audionya masih mute. Okay, maybe we can continue the other question. Sorry. Maybe you can read in the chat from Mr. Buana Feb Jeffrey, Kemenkumham. He asks about, Mr. Kim, I would like to advance my question. As you know, Korea and Indonesia have 1.5 population ratio. Based on this is 5 times harder to having clean big data. So what kind of strategy you have in mind for this challenge? Do rollout strategy still on your recommendation? Thank you so much.
Okay, population. Very difficult question because it's a different environment. I don't think because it's 1:5 ratio, I don't know if it's even possible to say that it's 5 times harder to having a clean big data. I think it could be even more harder. Strategy do I have in mind? I think it's still I think if you should stick to the rollout strategy, as I said previously. There's nothing much we can do other than having a constant promotion of strategy, and it has to be a designation. It has to be a clear designation of right personnel for the quality control, and data quality control can only be done at this point by a person. So it's something that we cannot fully rely on a system. So I think it's yeah, it should be a good establishment, a firm establishment of a infrastructure and a number of teams that are specialized in quality control. I think that's the only possible way that I could think of right now. Sorry if I haven't given you a better a better solution, but yeah, population is something that's hard to.
Thank you, Mr. James.
I think that's enough. Thank you so much.
Oke, thank you. Terima kasih Pak Buala Jeffrey dan Mr. James. Selanjutnya ini mungkin terakhir ya pertanyaan dari Pak Apri S dari Pusdatin Kementan, Kementerian Pertanian. Are there any advice for agriculture in Indonesia in terms of collecting data from the fields for the whole areas, Sumatera, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, NTB, Papua, in terms of remote areas spreading by seas and mountain, to become information for decision support system in Jakarta? Please, Mr. James.
I think first hand, I think I should study more on the geographic information of Indonesia. I only know that there are a lot of islands, but yeah, I haven't done enough study on these different regions. So the remote areas by seas and mountains. I think these areas are, if I'm right, in Korea, there are, like, I've done a analysis on giving a suggestions on crops. It was called local food analysis, which we have done analysis of certain regions in agricultural regions, and we wanted to find out which crops are better to focus on than the other than other substitutes. And in the case we have tried to use the model to try to do an analysis to find out what are the best crops to yield, but it really didn't work out at some cases, like the very remote areas, or because they're so stick to their traditional way that our way of using making decisions based on information was too complicated, and they didn't find the need for the for this new method, making decisions based on information, because the traditional way was still working fine, and in terms of agriculture, it's related to weather information, and there are a lot of other factors that could affect what's best for the local agriculture. So in this case, sometimes if the information-based decision is not working, then the traditional system could be still a better solution, and in one point of view.
Okay, it's enough, Mr. James.
Yep.
Apakah ada tanggapan dari Pak Apri dari Kementan?
Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Apri dan juga Mr. James. Mungkin sekian dulu dari kami. Kebetulan sudah jam 12 juga. Mungkin tadi ada satu pertanyaan lagi ya yang belum terjawab. Mungkin nanti bisa dijawab melalui chat. Mr. James, please, maybe the translator will translate it and we can answer the question from Diptik Polri. Oke. Baiklah Bapak Ibu, sekian dari kami. Jadi kebetulan juga saatnya sudah isoma ya, sudah jam 12. Kita akan break makan siang dan kegiatan ini akan dilanjutkan lagi pukul 13.00 waktu Indonesia Barat. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Terima kasih Mbak Mugi.
Ya, selamat siang Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Melanjutkan kegiatan pada hari ini, agenda siang hari ini yaitu kita akan mendengarkan paparan mengenai Introduction to Digital Government Master Plan Establishment Methodology yang akan dibawakan oleh Mr. Kim Byung Jun dari Kookmin University. Ya, kepada Mr. Kim Byung Jun kami persilahkan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. By the way, my name is Byung-jun Kim. Let me introduce myself very briefly. I'm the Vice President for International Affairs at Kookmin University. Kookmin University is one of the private university located in Seoul, Korea. I'm the professor of the public policy. Since 2008, I was as a professor, I research on the digital government and ICT policy and other related research and also teaching. And I'm currently work for the university administration. So I'm very glad to having me this very valuable event. And I hope to my lecture is helpful for your real practice related to the digital government development. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Byung-jun Kim. Your screen hasn't.
You cannot see?
No.
Okay.
We can see it.
You can see?
Yes, but just blue screen and camera. Is it true?
You can see the PowerPoint right now or not?
Maybe you can.
I can try again. Yes. Okay.
Try again and then go to the next slide, maybe.
Yes. Okay. Can you see?
We can see just a camera and then Hangul.
Okay. Just I will try again. I don't know why it is not working. Okay. Okay. How about, just a second.
Not.
I will try again. Sorry. Okay. Oh, is there something security blocking for showing outside of the program, the file, or something like that? How about this? Can you see that? Or I can send the my file through the
to Miss Hannah, please. I have the PDF version,
okay.
but
Okay.
I get the PowerPoint. With Miss Hannah maybe, or Mr. Yun maybe.
Sure. Or I don't know. Is it possible to share through the this way? I will send it to the PowerPoint version of file. Yes, I sent it to the or if you can just showing that PDF file is also okay. Maybe she tried to showing this way. How about this? Works or not?
Still not, maybe just blue screen.
Blue screen? Oh, okay. Maybe you should open the
When
file.
open your PDF file. Okay.
Okay, you can, yeah, you can open in the PDF file. Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Could you, yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. How about the other? Looks like a little bit, yeah, okay.
Yes,
well,
I can.
Okay.
We can see.
Well, there's some animation effect, but it's okay. Could you a little bit smaller for the file because I cannot see all of the slide. A little bit smaller. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, is that okay? I'm going to start right now.
Yes, you can start it.
Okay. Okay, actually, there's some animation there, so there's a couple of more pictures, but this is what you can see in Korea in the bus stop. There's a public transportation. It's very well developed in the metropolitan city of Seoul. Probably Jakarta is bigger than Seoul, maybe. I've been there before, one time, 2017. There's lots of traffic and then there's lots of public transportation. But looks like that in Korea has also very well developed subway and bus traffic. I mean, public transportation. Before, bus stop in Seoul, Korea is just a regular bus stop sign, very static sign. There's no any digital display. But this is a digital display, and then what number of first will come within 3 minutes, 7 minutes, 4 minutes, or 6 minutes. This kind of information to provide it to the passengers to waiting for their bus, and then also not only for that, what bus has how many the peoples inside. I mean, how many passengers inside the bus. So that's why there's a red sign means there's so many lots of bus user inside the bus, and then yellow sign is that there's a quite middle level of the sort of how much hectic inside the bus, and then lastly some green means there's a quite pleasure room, so there's not many passengers inside the bus. So how we can all these information provide citizens, because there's many developed emerging technologies combined into this system. First of all, there's a GPS system in each public bus. That's why they know where is the location of the bus. That's why each bus stop, they know the distance, how much it will take time to come to that particular bus stop. And then also, every citizen use right now. There's nobody use money like coins or cash. They only have. I mean, nobody use the cash for paying the bus fee. We using more the credit card or prepaid card to people use all the digital divided. So that's why people to check in, they touch it into the when we hop on the bus. That's why how many people inside the bus. That's why those information is provided the citizens waiting for their bus. So modern technology is making life easier for the people. That is right now what we're gonna do. So master plan, we talk about the master plan for all these changes. Sounds like a very small changes, but it is start from the very idea, very simple idea, but later is everybody use it and very convenient to use all these services. And right now is people thought that is for granted. And so this is quite a, normal services, but before providing these services, it is not quite, easy things. People thought there's quite difficult. How we can, there's so many traffic, so many public transportation, how we can collect all these data and then how we can display all this and then make us good services. So could you change it to the next slide? Yes, please. Yeah. So these kind of changes, we call digital transformation. But before we use this terminology, digital transformation, we also people use that fourth industrial revolutions. So fourth industrial revolution sounds like a more focus on technologies, but one of our very well-known multinational business company CEO Joe Kaiser mentioned that this is not just simply transforming of the technology. It is practically every human activity changes. So it is way we make things, we use a resource of our planet, and the way we communicate and interact with each other as humans, the way we learn and the way we work, the way we govern, and the way we do the business. So the scope, speed, and research are unprecedented before. That's why we said this is revolutionary changes. But even when we see that this developing the digital technologies, in the first time it's very challenging and very difficult to understand and use it. But right now, as everybody has these smart devices, we use these smart devices. We read and we watch, we learn all things through this one devices. So master plan itself, how we can these changes, how we can rationally design and then make people follow that institutional setting. It is very rational approaches, but somehow we have to understand it. This all things is not just a planned approach. This is already outside of the public sector, I mean public agency. I feel like all of them, we talk about the digital government practice. So people's in right now, so our participants somehow work in the public sector and as a public service servant, or all their work is related to public things. That actually we as a public servant and as a public practitioner, we want to design very rationally and very systematically. But before we thinking about that, it changes because of outside of the agency already there's a changes. So the people already enjoy their own way to communicate and work and learn, and they're doing their business. That's why how we can interact with very efficiently, effectively. So master plan itself, first step is have to understand what changing right now. That's why I'm talk about the sort of a background idea. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. So before we talk about the digital, the massive, how to be creating the well-developed master plan for digital government, we think about the digital transformation. Actually, I put in this acronym as a DT, but many outside other experts use as a acronym as a DX or DT. So digital transformation, it is actually quite start from the business sector. They thought that technology shift is change lots of people's life. That's why this is a businessman thought that this is a once in a lifetime chance to we can have a quite new market business opportunity. So that's why the business side sector, they expert thought that these digital transformation is a sort of the transforming every industry and every business in the world, and this is a sort of mega trend and called digital transformation. So we are in the actually these digital transformation or the fourth industrial revolution. This kind of comments is quite spread out before COVID-19, but people thought that okay, there's some of the technology savvy or businessmen or some of the only experts talk about that. But because of the due to the corona COVID-19, what happened is there's people couldn't interact in the face-to-face and physically interact, meet each other or something like that. We are blocked it because of the this pandemic. So what happened is that people interact through the digital devices. They even, for example, like they before you doing grocery shopping to go to the local market or supermarket, whatever, you go there and then doing shopping. But right now, because of pandemic, people they buying or shopping through the online. So that's why digital technological acceptance level is way higher than before. Before, probably younger generation is quite easy to use online shopping. They use always 24 hours. They use using the smart devices. But right now, even middle ages or somehow, I have two daughters. They say they said that grandpa, grandma also communicate with me through the FaceTime or something like that. So that's why this is a quite different, this digital transformation. Before it sounds like a very abstract or very academical terms, but right now it's not an academical term. This is a practical term. It is a real life changes. Next slide, please. So still we talk about this digital transformation actually originate from the private sector first. The expert in the private sector, they thought that this is a kind of opportunity to make more money. So because all using digital technologies, we kind of somehow save the resource. So that's why. But that typically, for instance, like this, we recruit the best people who understand how we can use these digital technologies. Then because of them, what happened is the newly recruited the best people can improve the team productivity. So less resource, less money, less cost, and then bigger maximize their benefit and money or profits. Then what happened? We can beat the other our competitors, and then what happened is that we can make a happy customer, we're happy partners, so we are a win-win situation, something like that. So this is a very positive cycle they thought that was the positive impact of the digital transformation. But unfortunately, as you know that, why there's a justification why public sector intervene these market activities. Because of the market activities, there's no such as safety net for marginalized groups. So some of the people, they cannot enjoy the benefit of the digital transformation. So your digital government services, making a master plan, you thought that first thing is through this master plan, what you're gonna do, your goal, your value, what you're pursuing the value for at the end of the day, what you can bring to the citizens, bring to the people to enjoy this so-called digital benefit of the digital transformation. So business side, the private sector perspective is quite different than private sector perspective onto this digital transformation and fourth industrial revolution and the master plan for the digital governments. So next slide, please. So my lecture, I know that I have about an hour of the time for this lecture and interaction. So I'm gonna doing my one way kind of lecturing first, but after that, I really want your question, and then we can discuss more details. And then I have a multiple experience to developing the master plan for the digital government. And also last year, we discussed why I invited as a lecturer for this methodologies section for the developing master plan, because we are kind of come up with some idea how we can standardize to process for making master plan for the digital governments. That's why I'm going to share my experience with you later after some lecture. As you can see this cartoon, you can see that everybody know, like you're maybe you supervisor or manager level of in the public sector, you know that, digital transformation is really good, so that you want to hire the best people. So you can say that when you interview, you say that your job is a digital transformation. It's not just about the disruptive technology. We need a whole new way of thinking across the entire organization. They're dream big. And then this is one of our top priority. So everybody said that, right? We are all counting on you. Sounds like until you see this one, you can say that, so good luck on this summer internship. Sounds like, because we have a very high expectation. Unfortunately, there's really not many people who has a practical knowledge and practical, thoughts on how we can deal with the digital transformation. So that's why even you are just rely on the intern for the short-term intern. They are younger and they are well digital native, so they can do better than what currently working in the public sector. I'm also working in the school administration. What happened is sometimes we are really younger generation is much more digital technology savvy. For example, is I have two daughters. One of my daughter, youngest one, when she was 3 years old, she thought that every screen display or TV is like a touch screen. So that's why she wants to change the pages of a scene. So she touched the TV, like that. She thought that it's everything, whatever display is a touch screen. So they are different generations. So that's why we have there's also big generation gap between the younger generation and what the current generation. So next slide, please. So then, so far we talk about the very what is the digital transformation and also what's happening in the private sector. But as we're working in the, we are working in the public sector, as you can see that we are more focused on governance. But important thing is public governance is not just one people can do everything. We work together as a group. So collaboration is very important. So we have to have understand what is a collaborative governance. Collaborative governance is there's quite such a different spectrum. So you can see that there's as you said, I said that technology development is quite way faster than outside of the public sector. What happened is, without the private sector interaction, we couldn't do, we couldn't see any advance of the digital government. So what happened is, if we have a very lower public-private collaboration and we have a very low, and also I said that this is not the one single organization, one single person works. This is a sort of a network works. But if it has very low level of the network management capability, what happened is lower level of the public-private collaboration means traditional hierarchical governments. There's a very traditional things. We have like a army, like a military organization. We have a high rank position through down rank. We have a pyramid structure, command control mechanism working there. But as you see that there, the far next other side of the spectrum is a high level of the public-private collaboration, high level of the network management capabilities. So that means network government. So we are getting more and more because of the development of the digital technology. We can see that more from the hierarchical government to the network governments. There's a outsourced government, joint government. There's lots of a variation between these two spectrum at the both side of end. So we are when we think about the master plan, it's not just one single plan to one single organization. It is multi organization within the public sector, and then this is a network organization. So that's why very important capability of each manager is how we can well manage this network system. So because right now, so one single agency cannot do any digital services. For instance, when I talk about these public transportations, bus stop information display, there's a multiple organization work together, because local government has collected that those bus transport local bus system. They have a GPS location information. They have a central server system is a local government. So local government has that, and also these the credit card is definitely the private sector work, and then prepaid card also there's some of a Minister of the Transformation agency. Government's agency related to that work. So all these data and information is scattered. Have to be these data is collected as a collection, as a big data. That's why they can develop the very useful public services, digital services. So that's why this is definitely network and then public-private collaboration approaches. So that's why we have to keep in mind the collaborative governance is a very important keyword for right now we developing master plan for digital government. Next slide, please. So, but there's not only a positive sign. Yes, we know that how we improve our skill or our ability to network management, and also we expanded our collaboration with our private counterparts. But unfortunately, as you can see that there's a speed difference. What does it mean? As you know that the technology, digital technology changes so fast. We can say that 10,000 miles per hour, very fast. Probably every single moment there's a new technology come out. Then what happened? The organization, our management system is slower than technologies changes. So let's say thousands miles per hour. But unfortunately, public sector, changing the public policy is very slow, very, very slow. I bet they're so slow. That's why even you working in the public sector, sometimes you're also frustrating. Oh, there's so slow. So how we can these differences, how we can well match, make them work together. This is a very important role of the collaborative governance. So when you think about the master plan, there's I can say that I can give an answer right now. There's no one single how can I say that one single master idea for the very useful developing plan is not like that. There's no such things. Actually, it is a very collective wisdom. We work together with our team member, and then we creating the good idea. That's why this is I emphasize it. Collaboration is very important. Okay, next slide, please. There's some of a question already pop up the chatting start. Okay, good. You can make whatever question in the leave this chatting site, and then after my lecture we can discuss. I can try to answer, and then even some of my questions I can provide an answer, but maybe some of them participants here, they have a great idea. You can answer that. Thank you. So I have a couple of slides. Just keep bearing me. So there's a couple more I can, and then we can discuss. But before we started, okay, what is the benefit of using master plans? The biggest advantage of using good master plan is improved communication. As I said, the communication. Collaborative governance is the key point, key factor is communication. Why we developed the master plan? It is a communication tools. So because the master planning is the initial step in the design phase, it outlines the entire scope of the project under consideration. So in this context, the project here is a digital government project. Therefore, the lead architecture work with the rest of the team, which means one thing is greatly improve communication skills and project development success as a whole. Other benefits including it's outline the main goal of the project and make it easy to achieve that. Because without the master plan, what happened is people, even we communicated as verbally, we thought that we are already make a consensus, feel like my communication partner, they understand. But when they back to the work, they thought that easily forget or kind of change their understanding. So that's why eventually they have a different thoughts. That's why they couldn't meet targeting to the right goal. So that's why this master plan idea is quite a not just a simply sharing the idea. This is make a concrete and concise and people to understand. For example, like our Korean experience, very right after millennium, like 2022 through 2008, what happened is there's a President No Moo-hyun era. What happened is that he's developed well, actually before him, there's another President Kim make the very good idea for starting the digital government plan, and then but those plans, they make the 11 major project, and then 31 each sub detailed project. So they have a detailed master plan targeting agendas, and then sub project make a communication declare on that master plan. That's why everybody targeting the same goals. That's why they each to achieve those goals. That's why later Korea is one of the top leading digital government country. We became to achieve that goal. And then also these master plans help to make coordinations between teams more effectively. As I said, that on the master plan, there's a sub project and then plans, very details targeting. For example, I said that 31 details project is one of them is related to, for example, like a public transportation. So those definitely there's some dedicated teams they develop and they conducting that project. But we have a master plan. That's why each project is not work separately. Rather than that, we work together. That's why we are synergy of the benefit of all these developing digital government services. And third, it makes it easy for architects to focus on the main feature of their project, because right now those ideas like 11 big area and 31 detailed project for developing digital services. Right now we are after the current Moon Jae-in, current president's administrations. We developed a 911 project. 911 means 9 area, 11 digital services that is based on intelligent technology like a big data analytics or AI services. So and also using the data-driven public services we are providing right now. So for example, like people have their own financial information. Based on those information, people can, citizens can get a tax benefit to their own financial data. So we are definitely there's a privacy protection, and those are all guaranteed. And then underneath that, they're developed some of the benefit out of the individual data, and also other public data is merging into that, and then big data analytics, and then they provide some services. So, but those are things how we can do that, because the main feature of each other is quite well coordinated, and they make the big architecture. And with a good plan, it become easy to address and avoid the issue. Means there's a lot of a problem because we have a master plan. That's what there's a challenge, what is the issue, what is the problem. So we also, the master plan itself is evolved. So first version and second version. So first 5 years master plan, after we achieve some of them we cannot. Then we can make a next master plan with something like a very evolved. So Korea government is always, before is a 5 year term of a master plan, so quite in general, but right now it's common. But right now it's the speed of the change of the technology is very fast. It's a 3 year, 2 years, even sometimes 1 year plan. So also we use that. Next slide, please. Okay. This is one other example of how master plan for digital governments are utilized in the real digital government services. As you can see that this is a Korean case. There's a National Digital Government Committee developed the master plan, and then underneath of the master plan, there's annual implementation plan. So this is have to corresponding with the current law and regulations. So we have Korea has a 2001. We have the act of the e-governments. That time the e-government terminology is more prevailing. So e-government law is the first, probably we are the first country in the world we we made registering the law and regulation related to the e-governments. So it should be master plan and a legal system is corresponding each other. And then that based on that, we have executive implemented those plans. That those areas we can have a 4 major area. One is G4C, government for citizens. So this is a services government providing for the citizens. So citizens can utilize these services every day through the some of a single window, like one single portal. So there's a sort of all age, gender, anywhere, anytime people can enjoy that optimized public services by life cycle stages. So, and then another side of with the business, so government to business, there's a tax payment, public procurement, business registrations. There's another sort of interaction with the business sector. And also there's a G2G, so government to government. There's a lot of 24/7, 5 days of the services, financial management, government group where there's a lots of the ministry level personal management, e-document management. There's all focus on improving productivity and efficiency. And also to all these services, there's a backbone, is that there's a data center. Right now, so we're using cloud data technology, cloud data center, government integrate data center, and then there's a backup center, and then there's a government data well controlled by the government infrastructure, and then these network can connected all public institutions. So whole in all, these is a kind of grand picture how we can manage it based on this master plan, how low of this mechanism. Next slide, please. So it is an example. Usually master plan is very famous in the urban planning. Urban planning master planning process is start from the feasibility study and then developing strategic framework, and then because urban planners using physical and then spatial developments, that's why they have a breakdown to all each elements to those. Each element is same like what is a digital government master plan. Digital governments also doing the feasibility study and the strategic frameworks. For example, it is a 2020 master plan summary to ordinary citizen understand what's the government doing right in Korea. So that time we said that there's a e-government that provided new enjoyable digital experience. To one side is a citizen experience, one side is a intelligent government side, is a more internal G2G side, and then digital progress means more G2B, something like that. So G2B, G2C, G4C, and G2G. So all underneath there's a sort of a detailed elements they break down. So there's a lots of cybersecurity, some integrated services, customized services, and then how much intelligent decision making, how they can make a global level of the new e-government industrial development. So that's why they make creating the jobs. Those ideas get into this master plan. This is a sort of an example, but underneath of this master plan, there's a detailed also constraint and resource, how personnel, how we can timeline, how we can make it happen through this master plan. So we all those elements included into the master plan. Next slide, please. So master plan for digital government, you can see the progress of the national. For example, we have underneath of the master plan, there's a somehow, for example, we want to implementations for entire society. This is one of a very challenging homework for every country. But Korea, unfortunately, we started quite long times ago, like more than 3 decades ago. We doing the national information project promotion. That time we starting from make the master plan, and then we have a breakdown to action plan for each item. So this is a kind of ministerial working group, and then underneath a ministerial working group, they have a deliberation, and then they come up with what's a budget plan, and then really they implement it, execution, and then evaluate it. So that's why they call plan, do, see, something like a cycle. They planning, execution, and evaluation. These kind of cycle is basically underneath of the master plan. So national agenda should be aligned with the master plan. And then if not aligned with then there is no action plan we can come up with that. That is very difficult. So there's a lots of ministry level requests, and the Minister of Economic and Finance also review that, and then eventually National Assembly or Parliament review and approval processes. So this is also emphasize how much is a collaborate work. Not only executive branch, legislative branch, and then the Congress, like the Parliament, they work together to make happen all this. So master plan is a starting point for all these happening. The next slide, please. So the process of the methodology were quite practical level of the approaches is quite similar to like preparing the project concept paper. Probably many of the countries, they work to the partnership with the other neighbor country, like maybe like this collaboration. So far I mentioned in the collaboration is a domestic collaboration, but international collaboration, you have a project concept paper created, and then that idea is other multinational institution or the bilateral collaboration. You can have some of the support, and then some of the benefit out of those collaborations. So that's why quite similar. It is quite similar inside. I mean, domestic level, the kind of similar process of the preparing PCP. So there's a 6th step. The first step is assess the current government e-government service performance and problem. You should know right now. I don't say that there's nothing zero level of the e-government. E-government service country. I don't think that there's a somehow even simply they have website or simple one-way information dissemination tools or something like that. Every single country has a somehow level of the e-government services, but the performance is quite different. Some countries are high, some countries lower, some areas are high, some areas lower. So that's why you should face our current real problem. So that's why second step is we have to understand the problem itself, and the second step is identify the government constraint and issue, and third step is analyze cause-effect relationship to identify factor influencing problem, and then step 4 is searching for the opportunity and solution. Step 5, establish an objective of the project, and step 6, design project by tackling causative factors using the logical framework. So this is sort of a bottom-up approach. So each ministry, each agency make their own works to focus on the e-government services that they develop the idea, and this conceptual idea combined as a one big master plan. Then we modify, we kind of clarify all these. This is a sort of approaches or methodology of the master plan. Next slide, please. Looks like there's lots of questions, so I'm gonna complete this presentation within 5 minutes. I have a 5 slide. So how we can prepare the project concept paper? As you can see that. Why should we go through the analytical thinking process? Because conclusion is why we should face the problem first, because when we see the problem and then we think about what's the alternatives we have, and then we can match with that, and we can come up with some objective and goals. So then eventually we can work done to quite work-oriented or program-oriented approaches. The next slide, please. So there's a 3-step master planning. The first thing is very important things. You should know what you need. And then second thing is gather data and determine the gaps. So determine the gaps means we face the problem. what we talked about before in the slide, the previous slide, and then related to solution, an issue, constraint, all these things, we can say that gather data. And the last, we can assessments for all these problem alternatives, and then based on that, we can make a planning. Next slide, please. So we Korean experience. We, as I mentioned before, we have a E-Government Act of Korea in 2001. Since then, we are first established in the world, not only involved the introduction and utilize electronic document, but also cause substantial change in administration through the digital civil services. So thus what happened is the contents of the digital government, e-government law and change in administrative behavior from the viewpoint of the productivity, transparency, and democratization of government administrative process of Korea. In the first time we introduced e-governments is sort of only focus on productivity. So how we can save the taxpayers' money, how saving time, how we can work easy. But later, all these approaches actually eventually make it transparent our process. That's why people to more trust it, citizens to trust in governments. That's why it is more make a happy citizens. And then eventually citizens more democratize all government process. That's why they can more trust in government. So this is, there's a, you know that Robert Putnam, the sociologist in Harvard University, he said that same policies, some countries work really successfully, the other countries not. Why? There's a social capital. In other words, some of the social level, the social tie and trust. The level of the trust is how much different outcomes of the whatever the public policy implementation. So these things, not just simply technology. This is really social technical context. That's why we have to think about the technology, but also we have to think about the social dimension. There's a legal framework, institution, law, policy, and also we can say the master planning. So Korean experience, Korea start from these all very initial activities start from the 1960 throughout the 80, 90, we had the implementation of the national administration and we developed the integrated government, and then later we have to make a digital government, intelligent digital government right now. Next slide, please. So right now, so rank number 1 in the digital government among the OECD country, and we have a very important deal with these all digital government underneath the Minister of the Interior and the Safety, and then we have 3 very important public agencies. One is a National Information Society Agency. Nia, I think this host institution is Nia here, and then KISA, Korea Internet and Security Agency, and CLEAT, like Korea Local Information Research and Development Institute. These arms and legs worked for developing the master plan. Next slide, please. And so this is almost done. So collaborative governments for successful digital government. Currently, we are focused on micro approach, like a focus on only technology, but we should holistic approach, integrated multiple components, and also government. Maybe we are focused only government efficiency, but it is nationwide sustainable development. And also our role is only assessment for what kind of service, how much mature the all public service in digital way. From that, we are more, we understand what is the public problem. It's a very wicked problem. Difficult problem is not one single agency can solve that. We have a collaboration needed, network governance really. So that's why we have some of a reference as a, so master plan itself is a reference. So based on reference and also with the action plan, this is a really detailed cookbook. So maybe you are the great chef. Without any cookbook, you can make a great dishes. But some of the newbies, like a very young, talented, but not many experience, have a good cookbook from their master. What happened? You can be the master chef. So that's why we need a master plan. Next slide. So I think almost done. So I would like to you are keep in mind these letters. You keep in mind whatever all master plan should be citizen first. And then you have to make it transparent, because this is a communication tools. And also somehow you can keep thinking about the public participation. How can you include the public citizens to this master plan? And then you should think about the we relationship. We are not separate. We have to one team, all multiple agency, multiple government, ministry work together to develop the master plan. And collective intelligence, definitely. One people genius idea is sometimes work, but we have 10 people more genius idea than one people. And we have to think about our own managerial capability. Sometimes we too much push ourselves. We are easy to exhaust it to making this a master plan. So if you search level of the master plan, you complete it. Okay, we started. We keep revise our master plan. So too much think of masterpiece. It's a master plan similar like a masterpiece. So that's why sometimes we're difficult to make it. Last slide, please. I think this is, thank you. So we have so many questions here. So probably I'm start from the very first. I think the first question is waiting longer time. What are the most important factor in the accelerating the digital transformation in government institution?
Sorry, Mr. Review.
Yes, go ahead.
We have your PPT already, PowerPoint presentation. Do you want to show it?
Oh yeah, sure. Great. Yeah. Great.
Okay. Yeah, the animation first. Yeah.
Yeah, you can show that. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why other people also can see the questions. Yes, that's great. So I think there's lots of factors.
No, maybe to the animation first. Do you want to play your animation?
No. Animation doesn't necessarily. Animation very briefly. Yeah, the first slide you can show that. You don't have to. That's okay. Yeah, question is yeah.
Just question. Okay. Let's.
Yeah, you can later. You can share that the PowerPoint to the participant. That's fine. Yes.
Okay. Sebelumnya izin menyampaikan juga.
Yes.
Terkait,
What is it?
Oh ya, bisa langsung saja ke pertanyaan dari Pak Gayuh dari Kementerian Pan-RB. What are the most important factors in accelerating digital transformation in government institutions?
Yeah, this is a really good question, but it's also very difficult to answer that. But quite depending on what your situation. But I feel like you have to have a right personnel and a right resource and a right plan. So that's why master plan we thought that right now. So it is very important. And also the priority setting is actually as a collaboration government. I mentioned that. So you should include all related people to make the kind of a committee. So in Korea, we have one of the very successful important factor was that we can create the special committee, presidential special committee for the developing digital governments. That's why. So then maybe you can say the leadership also very important too, right? Higher level. Thank you.
Oke, apa dari Pak Gayuh apakah ada tanggapan?
Okay, your collaboration government spectrum. What is the important factor? Yeah.
Okay, yes, please for the second question. Hello, Mr. Bio. Based on your collaborative governance spectrum, what is important factor to accelerate the government from hierarchical government to local government? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you can see the X, AL, and X, Y, axis. You can see that there's what is a private-public collaboration, and your own network management capability is very important factor there's the ruler to what is a hierarchical government, what is a network government. But we sometimes I don't want to say that one is right, one is wrong, because depending on the ministry, sort of Minister of Defense should be hierarchical government is much effectively work on their job, right? But some of them is, but this digital government public service, G4C or G2B or G2G, something like the very service-oriented area is probably more collaboration management capability is very important. But sometimes network government is not always only one single answer for the types. What's the types of the governments, the future government should be. We can use both. So that's why. But accelerating things is how we can understand our needs and how we can make work together to not only within the public sector but also outside the public sector, means private sector. Yes, thank you.
Oke, bagaimana Pak Buala Jeffrey? Ada tanggapan?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to ask you one more question.
Yes,
How
sure.
do we identify that we are on which spectrum we are right now?
Well, there's probably this is quite a theoretical simplified of the figures, right? That's why we cannot see that very simply. We are A or B or C, but you already probably the members of the Ministry of Agency, they know that we are which spectrum we are more close, right? But so that's why. But Korea governments, especially Nia, is that they developed some assessment tool. Their level of the digital government level. That those digital government level actually quite quasi measure for we are very network government or hierarchical government, because that we call that a NIAT. NIAT is a national implementation assessment tools. You can ask for the National Information Society Agency of Korea. They can provide what's a NIAT, NIAT. You can see that through that assessment tool, you can see we are more like a very hierarchical government or a network government. So that's a good reference, will be. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Next question, please.
Oke, mohon izin, tadi Pak Gayu apakah ada tanggapan terkait pertanyaan sebelumnya?
Okay.
Tidak ada. Oke. Kalau tidak ada, bisa lanjut lagi ke pertanyaan berikutnya.
Okay, this one. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This is quite long question. So my name is okay. I really like the way you put the knowledge of how fast technology evolved the planet illustrations. Yes, since the evolution of the technology, one way it is crucial to have adequate and qualified human resource. Yes. And to be honest, this is one of the challenges of Indonesia. Yes, actually, also Korea also same. In the case of Korea, do Korean government a specific strategy recruit, reskill, upskill? Yes, that's great question. We are aware of the Korea is one of the yes. Yes, some advice on this. There's you know what? Some of them is well talented, very talented. They are very great idea. So I mean, out there. Probably this is just one single solution is not working for we nurturing the human resource for qualified and adequate one. So what happened is right now, underneath of the Korean New Deal policies, we are probably someone. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What happened is we have also the higher education, the university and colleges. We are government supports the new education policies. So we keep making the new talented human resource. So Korea government is really emphasize IT or all these area. So probably our Nia can share some of our educational policy and training policy, national implementation process for to even ordinary citizens. Whoever want to learn about the new technologies, they can learn from the local governments. For example, right now the COVID-19, what happened is if you go to the restaurant, you cannot order to the face-to-face. You have a kiosk, you have using touch screen, right, to some order. So older generation, they don't know how to use it because this is quite new devices. That's why what happened is local governments, so for example, like a city governments, they provide some learning opportunity for the elderly people. So they, grandma and grandpa can learn from online source, like they can how to use it. sometimes the younger elementary school children, their grandson, granddaughter, they can help to learn, but make them some opportunity to teach them each other. Yes, that's why there's a detailed information, probably Nia, Korea Nia can provide it. Thank you. Yes. Next question, please.
Ya, bisa lanjut ke slide berikutnya. Oke, dari Buala Jeffrey, Pak Buala Jeffrey dari Kemenkumham. Mr. Byung, what kind of project development technique that Korean using to executing their master plan? Do Korean already using Agile Scrum for their development? Thank you so much.
Yes, well, there's a lot. We have a master plan. The national level master plan is right now really focused on data right now, because much new emerging technology is based on big data. Because why we need a 5G, fifth generation, network, or even we expect a 6G, like a sixth generation technology, because of the Internet of Things. All other, actually, everybody has a sensor like this. Smart devices is a sort of a sensor, but also all product itself is there's a computing power is improving. They collected the data, right? My smart TV in my living room also very smarter than before. So they also collect what kind of channel I more favorite channels. That's why they can some of the collected accumulated data of the behavior data, right? So all these should be connected. So what kind of importance right now project is how we can develop this 5G network to data collaboration, but always the data collection and then accumulation or integration is always related to the privacy, the data privacy, security and privacy issue, right? So right now, important master plan issue, executing the master plan issue, technique and also legal issue is related to security and privacy. So when we guarantee this protected the security and privacy, and we can enjoy that benefit out of the big data analytics. So that's why right now our agile scrums of the development, we are very flexible structure right now. What happened is very, even I'm the kind of counseling for many agencies to all these activities, but sometimes very quickly within every quarter or sometimes monthly changes. So, but that is a more, because I mentioned the speed of the technology changes so fast, right? So that's why we are, but even we are very, agile, approaches those changes, but we always keep in mind that it is for the citizen first. It is for the transparency. It is for our social, improving the social values thing. So there's a lot of great, meaningful social values. So we keep in mind that public value. Then we can think about some technology changes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we are already over the 4 hour. So you have a great question. So if I couldn't answer all your valuable questions, maybe I can answer by text. I mean, to written answer to later, because we have other schedule after me, right? So I couldn't use all the later time. So I can stop here, because we have another great lectures waiting for you. So please send me those questions to Ms. Hannah. So that's why I can, some of them answer a question I couldn't answer that right now. I will answer that. Thank you very much. I very enjoy your great question and great opportunity to share our idea. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Byung Kim, for the presentation. It's very nice. Thank you.
Keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Baik, Pak Ibu, jadi menarik sekali ya tadi yang dibahas oleh Mr. Byung Kim. Jadi kebetulan juga mungkin beliau sedang ada acara lainnya begitu ya, jadi hanya singkat saja pertemuannya, hanya sekitar 1 jam. Jadi ini ada beberapa hal juga yang ingin saya sampaikan dari paparan yang sudah disampaikan oleh Profesor Byung Kim tadi. Jadi tadi juga disebutkan kalau terkait dengan mega trend disebut sebagai transformasi digital. Nah, jadi transformasi digital itu tidak hanya berfokus pada salah satu organisasi saja gitu, tapi sudah sampai ke lintas organisasi. Jadi dia itu seperti membuat ekosistem yang baru gitu kan ya. Nah, tadi menarik sekali paparannya, terus banyak sekali gambar-gambarnya begitu ya, jadi memudahkan kita untuk memahami. Dan di sini juga disebutkan kalau tadi ada yang disebut tadi terkait dengan ilustrasi planet tadi ya. Jadi perubahan teknologi sangat cepat, tapi kebijakan publik itu sangat lambat. Jadi cara menyesuaikannya, menjelaskannya dengan penyesuaian organisasi dan juga perbaikan manajemennya gitu. Nah, terus juga ada satu hal yang penting gitu yang tadi saya baru tahu gitu kan, terkait G2C dan G4C gitu. Selama ini kita biasanya mengenal G2C gitu ya, government to citizen gitu. Tapi kalau Korea ternyata saat ini sudah pakai sistemnya G4C. Jadi sudah government for citizen. Jadi utamanya itu memberikan pelayanan kepada masyarakat. Nah, jadi bahkan pelayanannya ini juga disesuaikan dengan tahapan umur gitu kan ataupun kehidupan dari suatu masyarakatnya itu. Jadi masing-masing usia beda pelayanannya begitu. Nah, itu sih hal-hal yang menarik sekali tadi dari yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Byung Kim. Jadi memang sama seperti kita juga di Indonesia, kita bekerja sama dengan perguruan tinggi begitu ya untuk meningkatkan e-government, meningkatkan SPBE. Nah, Korea juga sangat banyak berkolaborasi juga dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi begitu. Oke, lanjut kita ke acara berikutnya. Kita akan mendengarkan pemaparan dari pemateri selanjutnya, gitu, Mr. Lim Hye Jong, gitu, yang akan memaparkan materi terkait 2 hal, gitu. Jadi the government strategy and current status in relation to public data dan case study example of service development using public data. Nah, jadi Mr. Lim Hye Jong dari NIA, begitu, kami persilakan kepada Mr. Lim Hye Jong untuk memaparkan materinya. Hello.
So good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yes.
Oh, okay. So can you clearly hear me?
Miss, I'm sorry, Miss. Okay.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay, you can share screen.
Okay, just let me share my presentation file first.
Okay.
Okay, can you see the presentation?
Okay, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon from Korea. So this is Hajang Lim. I'm a principal manager of National Information Society Agency in Republic of Korea. So for next an hour, I would be introducing our open government data policies and our best practices in Republic of Korea. So I know listening to a lecture via online for a whole day is not easy for all of us. So I will try to be like more active, and I really don't like my lecture to be like a one way. So if you have any questions on anything on my presentation, just feel free to ask me after the presentation, so we could have like enlightening discussions right after the presentation. And actually, some of my slides might be very similar to the one you have seen in this morning. My colleague, Mr. Kim from Open Data Center, since we are working together. So sorry in advance if those presentations are repetitive, but I will try to be like a more like in details on the especially in the open government data. And these are my agenda for today. So we'll have a look on the legal and regulatory environment of Korea and governance framework, that which government body and which institutions are in charge of open government data, and our data policies and initiatives and some future plans. So this is a direct quote from the speech of our president, that he has actually mentioned that from a nation that best handles the internet, now Korea must become a country that best processes data. So this implies that how much Korean government exert much efforts on the data and how we regard the data so important to our nations. So I know that it's a pretty long day. So as an icebreaker, so I brought up the Florence Nightingale to my presentation. We all have an image of her, right? So she was a great nurse, caring for sick and injured soldiers, a medical reformer. But did you all know that she was also a great data journalist? So while overseeing nurses in Turkey during the Crimean War, so Nightingale was actually very horrified by unsanitary conditions and lack of medical supplies. So what she did was that she gathered data. So she recorded that how soldiers had died, whether from disease, wounds, or other causes. And to win her support for her efforts from her mainland, England, she arranged the informations she found using line graphs, scatter plots, and other graphic devices. So she used the color to emphasize particular aspects of the data that you are seeing right now. So most famously, she used a visualization called a polar area diagram. So the blue diagram that you are seeing on the right side, the diagram shows the causes of mortality in the military hospital. So it demonstrated how deaths from preventable disease outweighed combat fatalities enormously in 1855, and how the changes she put into place managed to greatly reduce those deaths by April, a year later, 1856, on the left side. So I think the key lessons from Nightingale is that it is our duty to gather informations and convert the information into meaningful data and find effective way to visualize to make data-driven decision making. So in this sense, I would like to talk about that how Korean government, we gather the data possessed by the government and how we have been utilizing them and how we are releasing these data sets to citizens and private sector. So before we going into the main parts of the presentation, I would like to introduce a very interesting incident that actually happened in Korea a decade ago. So in 2009, there was this high school student. He actually developed an application services that notifies bus routes and arrival time in real time by using data from bus information system of local government, actually in Seoul metropolitan cities. However, the government suspended these services, saying that this is unauthorized use of government data sets. And however, there were very strong protests of the service user, and the service was actually resumed within 12 hours. So back then, even a decade ago, we did not have a clear concept of open government data. And this incident actually has triggered the necessity of the law defining what open government data is. So let's look at the definition of open government data. So we talk a lot on the open government data sets, right? But according to our Korean law, open government data refers to data created and retained by the government, local government, and municipal organizations and public organizations that is available to people. So in other words, every data sets you have, every data sets your institutions or government bodies makes, it is an open government data. Then why is open government data so important? I think we can categorize into three. First, reliability. Since the driving entity of the data sets is government body, right? So ministries or local government and public institution. So citizens think that it is more reliable. And the second one is frequency. Since our work is mostly related to the citizens and public, so it's always in progress and it's always updated. And I think there is some noise. Sorry, anyway. And third one is a volume. And since we are creating a large number of government bodies, make the volume B, it enables us to analyze the big data and make decision making on the data driven. As far as I know, my colleague actually touched on this. So our very first Open Data Act has been enacted 2013, and as far as I know, that Korea is one of very few countries that has enacted the solely on the Open Data Act. So our Open Data Act is very straightforward and clear that every public institutions shall endeavor to enable anyone to readily use government data and do not prohibit or restrict its commercial use. And these are some of the key legal and regulatory instruments on the Open Government Data Act. And I will be discussing in details one by one. So basically, the idea is the law actually makes the public bodies to release the data sets in mushroom readable format and in open format with their associated metadata. Of course, obviously, if it's in, let's say, PDF or like presentation file, it's not in open format, right? So it should be released in open format. And the law also requires providing a taxonomy of data sets to be published. And this, our law actually requires all the government bodies, public institutions to nominate 2 open data officers in charge. First, Chief Open Data Officers, who is responsible for overall implementation of the data strategy within the institution. And second, is a working level officers, actually, who is responsible for like releasing the data sets and like implementing a master plans within the institutions. So just put it in easy. So all the ministries and local government and public institutions in Korea, all of them have 2 open data officers within their organizations. And I think this is a very strong mechanism for driving the Open Data Master Plan in Korea. And also the law requires on the like an open data initiative for all government and institution, and also to monitor the implementation as well. And the law also requires stakeholder engagement to promote the reuse of open government data and creation of an ecosystem of open data users. And I believe my colleague also touched a little bit on the governance framework. I think that this was also a very strong mechanism for driving the master plan throughout the nation. That on the top, we have the Open Data Strategy Council. It is a deliberating body under the Prime Minister and co-chaired by private representatives. So about like 25 ministers are also in this council. So this council actually deliberate, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate government's major open government data policies and plans and their implementation. So usually we have about like 4 meetings in a year with the Prime Minister, and we actually have a next meeting in next week with the Prime Minister. So we are actually like reporting the importance of the data strategy, that our vision or the like directions or goals of the Open Data Master Plan to the Prime Minister. And we have a leading ministry, Ministry of the Interior and Safety, and we have a NIA. I think that you are already familiar with the NIA. And we have a very special committee called Open Data Mediation Council. And I would like to go in details for Open Data Mediation Committee. So the Open Data Mediation Committee has been created to ensure that a user who experience problems from ministries or organizations that refuse to provide or stop providing open government data, and they may seek effective remedies for his or her right to use the data without going the trouble of complicated administrative litigation, but through a very simple procedure of dispute mediation. So this Open Data Mediation Committee works with its experts from various areas to mediate between users and public organizations, and thus solve problems through procedures on dispute mediation. So in every year, we usually have about like a 40 mediation appeal cases by users, and 70% of the cases are ended up with giving the data sets the users want, while the 30% of the data cases are ended up with not giving data sets due to national issues or private issues. And one of the cases that I remember is that there is this user want for a data set of exact location of the fire incident, which National Fire Agency refused to release because of the private issues. Because releasing the data sets on the exact address of fire incident may expose personal identity, right? So people can actually identify certain person. And this mediation has reached the settlement that National Fire Agency released the locations of a fire incident, but deleting like a room number, just giving out the building number only, so that like people cannot identify certain identifications or certain person. So this is how Open Data Mediation Committee works. And I think this is a very unique mechanism of the Korean government data, Korean government has, that actually guarantees the citizens' right to have the data sets they want. And these are some current studies of open government's data release and reuse, that you can see that back in 2013, there are about like a 5,000 data sets only to our national data portal, but now it's more than 30,000. That's really a lot. And reuse cases that actually has achieved a high number. And the services, especially like in 2013, there were only like 42 webs or app services using government data sets, but now we have more than 2,400 services that are actually utilizing open government data sets, that you can see that how open government data sets can be used to like make the citizens' lives more convenient or better. So I'll be just discussing the most famous services in Korean governments in later on. And now let us look at the open government data policies and strategy. So our open data master plan is running up to 3 years every year. So now we are under the third open data master plan running up to actually this year. And now we are preparing for fourth open data master plan that should be running starting next year. So this is like a summary of our third open government data master plan. It is very like intuitive and straightforward. So in the past, let's see as is. We have regarded the open government data sets that actually it belongs to government. The ownership is to government. However, we are exerting much effort on shifting paradigm, even for the mindset of the government official, especially that open government data is no longer belong to government, but it is actually an asset of a public and citizens. And our master plan also focuses on creating economic and social values as well, using data, and decision-making of policymakers were more of like intuitive and experienced in the past. Then we strive to be a data and evidence-driven. And I think this is a very crucial part. The driver of the master plan is no longer public, but now it is with the private sector. So we do not consider private sector as just end user of the government and services or data, but we think them as a partner to go with. So when we develop master plan, what we really try to do is that we really try to listen to the needs of citizens and especially private sector. So when we are developing our data master plan, we do a lot of like a citizen survey that through a nationwide, and we actually have a lot of meetings and like a face-to-face interviews with the private sector as well. So we are really trying to like integrate the voices of citizens and private sector to our data master plan. And these are some of the details of our data master plan. The goal is very simple. It's to guarantee citizens' right to access the open government data sets, and it's to support, to improve citizens' qualities of life and to develop the national economy by releasing open government data sets. And our strategies are user-centered release of open government data and building infrastructure for releasing and reuse of open data, an open data ecosystem for economic values, and ensuring sustainable driving capacity. And then you see the key initiatives on the right side are actually matching with our strategy. So let's see in details. So my colleague also touched on the National Open Data Portal in the morning, but this is, I think that this is the most powerful mechanisms for the guaranteeing the citizens' right to access to the open government data sets. So you see the suppliers are central government, local government, public institutions, and other, like let's say National Assembly. So only designated people, as I mentioned, that our law actually mandates the institutions to have 2 open data officers, right? So those designated people can actually release the data sets to portal, and otherwise, they do not have they are not authorized to release the data sets to portal. So only certain people in charge of open data can upload or release the data sets to our national data portals. And users are actually like anyone who visits our portals or our users. And we are providing sets in file data and in open API format. And starting in last year, April, that we have developed this new tool in our data portal. So once organizations or like a government upload the data sets in file data, the portal actually automatically convert the file data sets to open API format, which users prefer to download and use because it is more convenient for development of the apps or web services. Actually, we are like in the very initial phase of this tool, but we are in the process of advancing these tools as well. And these are key initiatives on our national data portal services that you can actually check out later on, since we are providing the English service version of the portal as well. And this is one thing that I want to point out, that with what we call is a national data map. Since we are gathering metadata of the database of each institutions, this map actually shows the ownership and location of the data sets that institutions have. So starting 2018, that we have been dispatching our own metadata collecting tool to about 800 institutions to nationwide, and we are gathering the metadata, the description of the data sets that institutions have. So our NIA and the Ministry of Interior and Safety can actually see the locations and the data sets which institutions have. And of course, we are still fighting against the COVID-19, especially, and Korean government is exerting much efforts on releasing the data sets related to COVID-19. That actually, you can see the overall studies of COVID-19, that like studies of COVID-19 by location, Dgcc in daily to our portal. And of course, we have provided the mass data sets. I will be explaining in next slide. And we are actually providing the data sets related to public welfare support data and some like a daily life, like e-learning materials and like open free lectures and latest security issues of countries as well. And perhaps some of you are already aware of this releasing mass data sets to our national data portal. So this is one of best and famous example of open government data reuse cases by private sector. So let's look at the process. So first, HIRA, it's an agency in charge of the like relaying mass sales data. So actually this agency is responsible for like organizing and operating pharmacies and the like a medical system within the pharmacy. So this HIRA has the informations on the quantity of the mask data sets left in each pharmacist. So what we did is that once the HIRA relays the mask sales data, like code of sellers or quantity of warehousing to NIA, then we repackage the data with adding inventory segmentation and address-based latitude and longitude coordinate conversions. And then the cloud business, they've actually provided a data API server and development environment for programming. And eventually, like civic hackers, developers, or like IT companies, they've actually download and use the mass sales data that has been released to Open Data Portal to develop services that can actually check the real-time quantity of masks left in nearby their sellers. So I think this case actually shows how effectively open government data can be leveraged to create economic and social values to solve social issues and national issues. So these are actual services developed by our private sector, like a Good Dog or Naver or Kakao. All these famous companies use the open government data sets on the mass sales data to develop these great mass services app that actually can help citizens to check where to buy a mask. But now actually we are in the like a stable phase of like a purchasing mask. So we do no longer provide these data sets, but like in like last year and 2 years ago, there were really like problems arise from shortage of like inventory. So this app actually really helped to relieve the citizens. And also last year, we Korean government has been releasing the COVID-19 vaccination data to our national data portals. So in the same way that with the mass sales data, so people, citizens can actually check where to get the vaccinations nearby their homes. And of course, now we are in also stable phase for the like securing the vaccination, but like back in last year, there were also problems with the shortage of the vaccination data. So there were really like a chaos among the citizens. But through these apps, people actually find the nearby any leftover vaccination. So these are some other application services related to COVID-19. On the left side, this is a self-diagnosis. So this app actually has been utilizing symptom data of confirmed patients. So this app actually provides like a patient severity based on the basic information the users put, like a symptoms or medical history that users put. So you can actually check the current like a medical check for the citizens. On the right side, it's like a finding a screening centers that this app actually has utilized the data of screening centers, like including drive-through, that we are operating drive-through screening centers in Korea. So this app services provide like informations on the operation time, telephone number, and like a nearby screening center is by nearby your home. And this is another key initiative that like a Korea, let's say Korean government really strives to promote what we call open by default. So like, let's release the data sets that we have as much as possible. Then how do we know that which institutions have how many data sets, right? So starting in 2018, with the Ministry of Interior and Safety, we have implemented a full-scale analysis of 7 of 5 public organizations, including ministries and local governments. Actually, it took about a year, and we have found out that there are about 300,000 data sets that each institutions have. And we have concluded that 140,000 data sets can be open to the public, except the data sets that have like personal information and national security. So what we did is that we have set 3-year plan that each year to release about 50,000 data sets. And so far we have been releasing about 112,000 data sets. And so to make this happen, we have been giving out and providing like an on-site consulting on how to formulate the data sets and how to converge and how to register to the portal services. And this is another key initiative that what we call a national core data. So what is national core data? So it is a high value and high demand that Korean government has been designated. So how we select the national core data? So we do a lot of surveys with the citizens and especially with the private sector, and just listen to which data sets they want to be published through public. So you see, starting in 2015, let's say, we have set 11 data sets for the national core data. So like people, private sector, citizens want the comprehensive real estate data sets to be open, national healthcare services to be open. That's why we have set those data set as a national core data in 2015. Then if you look at each year, for the national core data sets, then you can actually see that which data sets citizens and private sectors are interested in each year. So let's say in 2019, there were a great increase and great interest on the medical data, and like and multilingual interactive voice information for AI learning services in 2019. And in 2020 to 2022, we have set like automatic driving and financial information, environment, and environment data sets as a national core data sets. And of course, the volume of releasing data is very important. However, I think the quality aspect of the data is also important as well. So Korean government actually set the open government data standards such that are high demand, such as like a public parking lot and public toilet. So we have the national standards for 120 types. So let's say that there are 2 different cities and they release the public parking lot data in different formats, like the way they put the date, the way they express the fee, the locations, then users cannot merge the data at once, right? So it is very important that those data sets divided into different cities should be released in the same format. In other means, when different cities release public parking lot data, public infrastructure data, they have to follow same standards. So for the first of all, we are providing very specific guidelines for standards that I've mentioned that we have set for 112 types, right? So when the each institution release like a public infrastructure data sets, they have to follow very strict formation of the data sets. And Actually, our open data portal that I have mentioned also detects whether there is an error with the standards for the 112 types. So this is one of the applications developed by private sector using standardized data on parking lot. Since all different cities in Korea release the data on the parking lot in the same format, users can easily use the data and develop this app to providing location of real-time parking space info throughout the country. And these are one of the famous applications using in Korea. So the first one is what we call Gutta. I'm also a happy user for this. So this app actually helps for searching for hospital nearby, and you can actually make a reservation for the hospital. This app actually has used the data sets on the authorized information of the operating hospital. And second one is the one I've just mentioned, that it's for the, like a looking for a parking lot. And the third one is called Hokeng Nono. I'm also a heavy user for this. This service actually provide like a current prices of rare estate on the apartment and the housing. And this app actually shows the, like a 3D image of the apartment that you are looking for. This is possible because if you remember that we have said real estate estate data as a national core data set, right? So we have been releasing these data sets to our national data portal. So a lot of applications like developers has used our data sets to create these services. And fourth one is weather services. So I'm sure that there is also like a similar apps in Indonesia as well. So this K-Weather actually like a forecasted weather or like a find us like conditions of the like a daily weather services. And this app actually used a real-time API on the weather forecast by the National Weather Agency. And fifth one is very famous for like a parents who have kids. Like this apps provide like an announcement of like a school posting and like a lunch menu for like every school, or you can actually do a e-attendance through this app. So this app actually has been using the information on the school that has been released by the Department of Education. And the fifth initiative, the Open Government Data Sets, is a data operation assessment. And I think this is a very like a crucial part of our government data. That I get a lot of questions that how do you make the government bodies or institutions to release a data set? So what's the great motivation for them to release data sets? And I think this is an answer for that questions. That in Korea, we do carry out this evaluation, what we call data operation evaluation assessments in every year to see that how well government bodies are releasing, managing open government data sets. So actually, I was in charge of this assessment for past 2 years. So about 600 all the institutions in Korea have to go under this evaluation. So if you see the screen that there are 5 areas for the evaluation. So we evaluate the efforts of all the institutions for, let's say, infrastructure, whether they are educating or training for government officials on open government data, whether they have secured the data budget within the institution, whether they are exerting much effort on developing and formulating new data sets that are high demands, and how many open format data sets are in national data portal, or how frequently they update those data sets. And these results of assessment are actually very critical to each institution, that it is actually directly linked with the budget allocation. So put it in a simple way. So high score of this evaluation means a high budget on the open government data set. So that's why like all the institutions are really exerting much effort on the open government data set to get a high score on this evaluation. We also promote economic growth, supporting startups and small entrepreneurs. So first, we have been providing like a professional support to especially entrepreneurs, covering like a full spectrum of startup development services. And second, we also offer offline spaces for entrepreneurs or anyone who would like to start a data business called Open Security that you see on the screen on the bottom right. That this is one of the Open Security we are operating in Korea. So anyone who are interested in open government data can actually just visit or just walk into this place, and just they can actually get like a free consulting on the like how to start a business or how to utilize open government data sets. And third, we also provide like a customized business consulting, and we are actually like holding like open data competitions or like a nationwide hackathon as well to promote the reuse of open government data sets. So this is like one of the like a collaborating project with the like ministries and other institutions that we are like identifying ideas and develop business models using open government data sets, and we support a foundation of entrepreneurs for a specific funding consulting, working with the other institution as well. And we support like a promotion, marketing, networking, and investment support to increase sales and raise funds as well. And we also support the like a private sector for a global market entry to the excellent companies using open government data as well. And this is like a communication channel that can be used without any procedure. So what we call is a data first strict. So any users can actually request any data sets they want that can be found on our national data portal. So if they make make an appeal in this channel, then they can we actually relay those data sets the users want to each ministry in charge. And we are actually operating what we call open data forum as well. So it is a public-private partnership community in cooperation with stakeholders to solve economic and social problems using open government data sets. And our members are civil society, or companies and academies and institutions, press, media, and government and public institutions. So what we do is that we do carry out like a joint project with the civil society or citizens, and they can actually make any voices and they can actually make any opinions on the open government data sets. So we do carry out and we do hold like a monthly meetings with the private sectors and citizens and civil society, and we actually do hold like open seminars, like webinars on the like directions on the vision of open government data sets as well. And I think this is also a very unique mechanism of Korean government. So let's see these examples. Let's see that on the left side, this weather forecast application is developed by National Weather Service. And on the right side, these applications are developed by very small companies. Then which one would you like to download and use among these two apps? Of course, definitely you will download the app developed by National Weather Service, right? Because you will think that this is more reliable or accurate, right? To prevent situation like this, Korean government, in principle, government bodies or local government public institutions are not allowed to develop application services if there is any potential that private sector have capacity or can develop these application services. The basic idea of this is to boost open data private sector ecosystem and to support the private sector to utilize more on the open government data sets. And I've actually never seen this mechanism in other countries. So I think this is very unique. And this is possible because of course, there is an exception if it's related to like a national securities, or if the only possible entity for developing application services, let's say related to this COVID-19, of course, it should be government, right? But other than that, of course, if there is any single possibility that private sector has capacities or ideas, then government do not develop application services, using open government data services. So if you recall that there are about 2,500 application services in Korea, right? And most of them are actually developed by private sectors, not by the governments. So this is the procedures for preventing similar applications with the private sectors. So if the government body or like public institutions want to develop the application services using open government data, they have to go through these procedures. So they have to make an applications to a government. That we go thoroughly about the reviewing possibility of replacing private sectors, or if there are any capacities or any possibility that private sector can develop. So they have to go through this very complicated procedures for making web services. And I believe that Professor Kim shortly mentioned about our digital New Deal strategy. So this is one of the latest strategy announced by our president in last year, June. So the basic goal of this strategy is to boost our economy that was strongly hit by COVID-19. And so this vision is very clear. So from a fast follower to a first mover economy, from a carbon dependent to a low carbon economy, from a socially divided to an inclusive society. And this New Deal strategy is divided into a digital New Deal and green New Deal. So I will discussing in details on the digital New Deal strategy. So there are 3 projects related to open data in the digital New Deal strategy. And I believe that there were questions in the previous presentations on the recruiting or cultivating human resources on the ICT, and this might be an answer for that question. So in the digital New Deal strategy, especially on the open data, what we are doing and what we really are exerting much efforts is that we are cultivating data human resources. And what we are doing is first, we are creating data jobs for especially youth and university students. So starting last year, we have been dispatching about 7,000 data interns to central and local government and public institutions. So they are supporting the institutions for releasing data sets. What we are doing is that we are providing very customized the education systems for all the 7,000 internships. And this year we are planning to dispatch and cultivating 8,000 data internships to nationwide. We really think that human resources are key for the digital transformation as well, and not only just supporting the university students or youth, but with together that we are also providing very organized the lectures for government officials as well. So we have this online platform that government officials can actually like learn about the data sets on the like a big data. So we do really care about the cultivating data human resources within the government and through the nationwide. And second one is what we call is a business matching, that we support for like a matching data companies that has a technology or capacities or that has like a professionals with the public institutions in need of open data release. Usually in the like a government bodies or public institutions, they lack of like a data skilled professionals, right? While private sectors have a lot of professionals. So what we are doing is that we try to match those two companies and the government bodies. And third one is expansion of big data internship. It's a slightly different from data internships, that these big data internships are focused on the like a data analysis and visualization using data of public institutions. So far, every year we are dispatching about 700 big data internships to government bodies, local governments, and public institutions. This is Open Government Data Strategy, what we call 2.0, that was announced in last year, April. So let's see. This strategy has a 4 goal. The first is a release of user-driven data. So we put priority on the social issue data, of course, and the COVID-19. So in this context, that we have released the vaccination data and safety data to the data portals. So for making this happen, we are having a regular meetings with the corporate and the citizens as well. And second goal is a release of unstructured data. Of course, the Korean government has exerted much effort in releasing structured data. And speaking of unstructured data, which means like audio files, image files, which are very critical to development of artificial intelligence. So in this context, we are in the phase of developing, releasing unstructured data sets, and we are actually doing a full-scale analysis of all government bodies for how many unstructured data sets they have, as in the same way that we have done with the like a yearly plan for releasing structured data. And the third one is that we really try to work closely with the civil developers and citizens, starting the phase on the collecting data. And our fourth goal is that I've actually mentioned that we have developed this tool for converting file data to open API automatically in the data portal, right? But since we are in the like initial phase of it, so we are in like a developing or like advancing this model as well. And these are some pictures of the like implementations that I have explained so far. We are holding a number of seminars and networking with the especially citizens and civil society and private sector as well. And we are holding open data challenges or webinars, and we are providing a lot of free training courses on the open data for freely for citizens and for government officials as well. So lessons learned and key findings on the open government data strategies in Korea. So this might not be like a definite answers, but I think so from my personal perspective, that establishing legal and regulatory environment of open government data is very critical, and I think actually this is the most important mechanisms on successful open government data sets. And of course, there should be an adequate institutional governance as a critical success factor for sustainability and continuity on the open government data sets. There should be a structured path to support a sustainable implementation of open government data policies as well. And there should be, of course, securing policy funding for sustainable and long-term value creations. And second, one is the central open data portals. So I think this is also one of the important mechanism on the implementing the strategy, that it is really important to have a central open government data portal, one-stop shop, that it is essential tool to promote like a data-driven or multi-stake collaboration. This is where the suppliers and users meet. And of course, there should be a leveraging accessibility through high quality open data that I have mentioned. The Korean government exerting much efforts on supporting guidelines on the standardized the government data sets to guarantee the quality of the open government data sets. And of course, there should be also a promotion on the open data reuse for value co-creation. So since you've all seen that we are holding a lot of events with the civil society and especially with the data users, like business and academia and research community as well. And we really try to find the needs in the actual demands of the citizens and private sector through the surveys or face-to-face interviews and business meetings. And we have data communities, and we are designing a lot of events that actually citizens can participate in. And we are also holding a lot of events with international organizations like OECD and other Asian countries as well to exchange ideas on how to promote reuse cases and how well to utilize the cases. And of course, there should be a more of innovating public services delivered through open data. That I think Korea was quite successful on it, because we have been creating a very useful applications on the let's say mask data apps or vaccination data apps. It's all because this was all possible because we have been closely working with the private sector, which is a very successful model of a public-private sector as well. So I think that would be all for my lectures today on the open government data set, and I haven't looked on the chatting box yet. So if you have any questions.
Yeah, there's some question. Maybe wait for a minute, Miss Hyojong. Ya, jadi tadi sudah dipaparkan juga terkait dengan yang sudah disampaikan oleh Miss Hyojong. Jadi sebenarnya saya saya intermezzo begitu ya. Jadi memang beberapa nama Korea ini memang terkadang sulit ditebak ya, apakah dia itu laki-laki atau perempuan gitu ya. Bahkan saat bertemu pun kadang saya masih salah mendeteksi begitu ya. Tapi yang saya tahu mereka itu umumnya good looking gitu dan tidak mudah tersinggung saat salah menyebut namanya ya. Semua seperti saya ya. Jadi walaupun banyak memanggil Pak atau Mas, jadi tapi saya diam saja gitu. Jadi sampai yang bersangkutan baru tahu sendiri ya gitu ya. Kita dari intermezzo ya Bapak Ibu di siang hari ini, walaupun tetap semangat ya, walaupun sudah siang, sudah panas dan mungkin sudah mulai mengantuk begitu ya. Jadi tadi disampaikan juga sama Miss Hyojong kalau pemerintah Korea mendapatkan peringkat 1 OECD Our Data Index gitu 3 tahun berturut-turut dari tahun 2015, 2017, 2019. Jadi ini untuk mengukur upaya pemerintah pada aspek ketersediaan data, aksesibilitas data, dan dukungan pemerintah penggunaan kembali data. Nah, tadi juga disampaikan beberapa key inisiatif gitu kan terkait dengan portal, terkait dengan adanya standar begitu kan data, kemudian terkait dengan adanya asesmen begitu, ada kemungkinan penggunaan kembali data yang sudah ada, sampai juga ada user engagement-nya dan juga ada pencegahan terhadap hal-hal yang bersifat duplikat gitu ya dan sama gitu terhadap aplikasi-aplikasi di open government data ini. Nah, itu mungkin beberapa hal-hal yang bisa kita ambil dari pemerintah Korea seperti itu. Baiklah, mungkin kita lanjut ke pertanyaan. Can you what stop screen first, Ms. Hyejung?
Oh, should I just stop sharing
Yes.
screen?
Okay. Okay, I will share screen about the question. Okay, the first question from Mr. Gayu. Pak Gayu dari Kementerian Pan-RB asks about what are the most important factors that finally force the Korean government to implement an open data policy. Please, Miss.
Oh, yes. So this is a very good question, and I actually get a lot of these questions. I think that in my presentation that I've explained that we are carrying out the data operation assessment in every year. And I think that's a very important factor and very strong mechanism for like a for government bodies to actually release the data sets to the public, because as I said, this evaluation is very critical to government bodies and local government and public institutions, that it is directly linked to the budgets of the open government data. So this is a very strong mechanisms for them to release the data sets to the public as much as possible. And also, of course, I've mentioned that strong legal and regulatory frameworks are also important factors that forcing our open data policies, because having these strong mechanisms on the law, it actually makes the government bodies to move along with the open government data policies of Korea. And actually, of course, these like assessments or law are very important factors. But what we are really trying to do is that we actually trying to like changing the mindset of the government officials, that it is our duty and it is our responsibility for the releasing open data sets as much as possible. So we are providing a lot of like lectures and education program for government officials that is telling them how important the open government data it is. And I hope these answered your questions.
Oke, mungkin Pak Gayu, apakah ada tanggapan terkait jawaban telah disampaikan Ms. Hyejung? Oke, mungkin masih mute ya. Jadi mungkin kita bisa lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya, the next question. Dari Bapak Ade Kres dari Diskominfo Raja. Gitu. Jadi it's from local government. Are there specific reasons on why the government open data master plan were made for 2 years duration, 2020 until 2022? It is a routine for making it every 2 years or another reason? Thank you.
Oh, okay, so actually our open data master plan is running up to 3 years, like a 2020, 2021, 2022, right? So there isn't like a very specific reason for that why we have set as a 3 year, but as you can see, like a 1 year would not be enough for like a government bodies to, of course, implement a strategy, right? So we see that like a 3 year would be enough for the government bodies to execute the open data strategies, and if it takes a longer time, that it would not embrace the changing technologies or environment. So in every 3 years, we really integrate all the changing environment or changing needs or demands from the private sector and citizens. I hope this answered your question.
Ya, bagaimana Pak Adekres dari Diskominfo Toraja? Apakah sudah sesuai jawabannya atau ada yang ingin ditanggapi?
Thank you for the answer.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oke, kita bisa lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Terima kasih Pak Adekres. Lanjut kita ke Pak Buala Jeffrey dari Kemenkumham. Izin menanyakan, excuse me, Mr. Lim, as you said, Korean government do a lot of research and taking a lot of data from it. Who is in charge for this initiative? Do Korean gov using third-party services for this or using in-house staff to do it? Thank you so much.
I'm not actually sure on the which research that you are asking, but of course we do a lot of research on the how open government data sets are utilized, and we do a lot of research on the check or see the actual demands of the citizens. Well, it really depends on the which research that we do carry out, but we actually, of course, we are using a third party or a very specialized private sector for when we do a lot of survey. But when we are doing a survey on the a data portal, let's say, then our in-house staff do carry out those surveys and research. So it really depends on the research that we carry out.
Okay, but what I want to know is, when you want to make some project, or maybe the baseline, the master plan, as we know before from our last presentation, you have to do a survey or a research, right? So who is in charge for that? Is it the owner of that project, or you use the third party for it?
So if I understood it correctly, when we develop our master plan, we do a lot of research on the citizens, right? So you are asking who is responsible for those research?
Yes.
Oh, I am NIA and Ministry of Interior and Safety are responsible for the research.
Oh, okay.
Especially on developing our master plan. Yes, but we do actually get some help from a very specialized survey agency, right? The private sector. But most of the surveys, developing questions and developing surveys, we are responsible for that one.
Oh, so the main institution or the main government is not really have the big responsible for that, right?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We will continue our question. Okay, from Pak Endel Herian dari Kemendagri. Hello, Ms. Lim. In this collaboration era, the information also developed and it needs the sources from multiple institutions too. How the data will be managed and shared to public? Did every institution have responsibility to provide their own data portal access, or it just need one coordinator institution to process the data to be the information and share it by one portal data access? Which one be effective? Thank you. Really great presentation. Please.
Okay. I think this is a really great questions. So I think it really depends on the national studies of each country. But in Korea, what Korean government is focusing is that we really want the data.go.kr to be only one-stop shop portal. So we really want those data sets to be one portal that we think it is more convenient for users to have an access or guarantee their access to the data sets because it would be more convenient. So in Korea, we do not recommend the government bodies or local government to have additional portals on their own. So we really try to make their data sets to be uploaded in or released in the one data portal shop. Because it would be more convenient for citizens, right? Because they don't have to go to the all the additional portal services to find the data sets they want. It's just one-stop shop portal, so people can actually see all the data sets in one place. So I think that would be more effective. So as Korean government is focusing on the one data portal.
Nice, Miss Hejong. Bagaimana Pak Ender Herian? Apakah ada tanggapan?
Okay. I think it's clear. Thank you.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Pak Ender, Miss Hejong. Kita lanjut ke pertanyaan berikutnya. Dari Bu Maya. Jadi, hi Miss Lim, I'd like to ask about the policy of open data used by private party like Never or Kakao or Modu company or etc. Is the data free to use by the third-party companies, or it should be over a cooperation agreement or MOU?
This is also a great question. So basically, all the data sets in data.go.kr are free to use. So we do not pose any a fee on the data sets, the private sector, and we do not make a MOU with those companies on the using data sets. So anyone, any companies or any users can download the data sets, and it's their own responsibility for operating the services using open government data. So it's just our responsibility for releasing data sets for free, and it's totally up to the private sector for operating and running the services. And I hope this answered your question.
Bu Maya, apakah ada tanggapan, Bu? Mohon izin.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Baik, terima kasih Bu Maya dan Miss Hejong. Mungkin sekian terkait dengan presentasi, terkait dengan pertanyaan ya yang ada di chat Zoom gitu. Jadi ini sebenarnya tadi saya juga menarik ya. Ini beberapa kali rekan-rekan di Korea ini menyebutkan kata badis gitu, government badis. Jadi kayak seolah-olah kenapa nggak menggunakan kata government employee gitu kan ya. Jadi memang mereka ini saya lihat sangat ramah ya, sangat bersahabat dengan antar agensi lainnya begitu ya. Menarik sekali begitu. Mungkin dear Miss Hyejong, will you share any materials again?
Oh no, actually, I'm done
It's finished?
with my presentation. Yes.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
So if you have any additional questions, and later on, I will just leave my email to chat box. So just feel free to ask me.
Ya mungkin Bapak Ibu yang lainnya, apakah ada yang ingin ditanyakan lagi kepada Miss Hyejong seperti itu? Untuk bahan-bahan bisa diunduh pada tautan yang sudah disampaikan begitu. Sinuril.com materi Digi Training. Mungkin Bapak Ibu ada lagi yang ingin ditanyakan mungkin kepada pembicara sebelumnya, nanti bisa kami sampaikan juga supaya nanti jawabannya berupa tertulis seperti itu ya. Tidak ada? Baik, kalau begitu Bapak Ibu semuanya, mohon izin Pak Ion, Bu Wita, Mbak Ivan, apakah bisa kita tutup Bapak Ibu dari acara kita pada hari ini?
Ya Mbak Mudi, secara ditutup aja.
Oke, baik. Baik, terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu atas kesempatannya pada hari ini telah bergabung bersama kami dalam Digital Government Capacity Building Training. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan ya ini sangat menarik sekali karena biasanya training seperti ini hanya orang-orang tertentu yang bisa ikut. Dan itu biasanya pemerintah Korea memberikan kuota gitu, jadi terbatas. Dan ini biasanya trainingnya ini langsung di Korea gitu. Jadi beruntung sekali kali ini bisa online, bisa ikut gitu tanpa perlu banyak prosedur seperti itu ya. Bisa ikut join baik Zoom-nya, bisa dilihat lagi juga di YouTube begitu ya. Nah itu terima kasih juga atas kesediaan semua yang sudah hadir begitu. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih, ada apresiasi tinggi-tingginya kepada para perwakilan instansi pemerintah, penanggung jawab inisiatif strategis PSBB nasional, dan juga perwakilan dari kementerian, lembaga, Pemda, serta perguruan tinggi yang hadir secara daring maupun melalui Zoom dan yang hadir daring melalui Zoom dan YouTube begitu. Kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pemateri dari tim Digital Government Cooperation Center Dgcc dan pemerintah Korea serta seluruh komponen yang terlibat. Semoga Tuhan Yang Maha Esa memberikan rahmat kepada kita semua dalam mewujudkan pembangunan negara Republik Indonesia yang lebih makmur dan sejahtera. Amin. Kami mengucapkan permohonan maaf atas segala kekurangan dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini. Sampai berjumpa kembali pada kegiatan esok hari yang akan dimulai pukul 8 waktu Indonesia Barat. Saya Mugi Rahimah selaku MC mengundurkan diri. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Thank you.
Makasih Mbak Mugi.
Yes.